Check 1 2 1 2 1 2. Check, 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 check. Check 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2 1 2.
You can tell I'm a teacher, right?
Testing, testing. Good morning. Welcome to the 2002 National Junior Limousine Show and Congress, this morning's Neogen Ultimate Show. To get us started, we have Mrs. McKenna Rubright from Paris, Texas, to sing the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
All right. Now entering the ring, we have Class 1. Entry number 1. Entry number 1 is a January 21st, 2022 heifer. We have SDFR Bugs Rhinestone, shown by Laney Woodall of Pattonville, Texas.
Well, good morning. It's certainly my pleasure and my honor to judge the Neogen Ultimate Show today. Start off with a single entry here, and it's always nice to start off with a nice one and a class that you know you're going to get right. A heifer with some calving ease to yearling spread, one that's got a big ribeye in her, lots of scrotal and marbling that's in the positive for a purebred. A heifer that I think as she gets out here wanting to fight the halter a little bit, but got the right pieces. Love the shape that she has to her rib as she's starting out long and extended fronted. Maybe want to put a little bit more bone underneath this female, but one that's going to be competitive as we get her out. For the division, please give the young lady a big round of applause.
First place, class number 1, goes to entry number 1, SDFR Bugs Rhinestone, shown by Laney Woodall. Now entering the room, in the ring, class 2, entry number 3, another single entry class. We have a December 2nd, 2021 female, CELL 1572J, shown by Karina Smallshoff of Avon, Illinois.
Young lady brings us a massive December heifer. Love the shape that she has down her top and into her hip. Long-sided female, maybe not the most attractive through her throat latch. Maybe want to bring that head and neck just out of the top side of her shoulder a little higher. One that gets on paper, maybe gives up a little growth to some that we'll see later in the day, but has a big ribeye for a limb flex heifer. I think one's going to make a nice cow for the young lady. Please give her a round of applause. We'll see her back in here for division.
First place in Class 2 goes to entry number 3, CELL 1572J, shown by Karina Smallshoff. Next entering the ring, we have class number 3. First in, we have entry number 5, a November 15th female, XKLX Jayla, shown by Cole Lewis of Anderson, Missouri. Entry number 6, November 5th female, TV Indana, shown by Trax Vermillion of Kincaid, Kansas. Entry number 7 was a scratch. Entry 8, a November 2nd female, BNTL Jack, shown by Bentley London of Collinsville, Texas. And entry 107, a November 2nd female, LFL Jocelyn, shown by Tucker Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. Once again, this is class 3. Would like to introduce our judge today for our Neogen Ultimate Show, Mr. Joe Epperly. Joe is the Director of Genetics and Sales for Wagon Hammer Ranches in Albion, Nebraska, where he oversees 1,000 registered Angus, Charolais, and Sim Angus cows, along with 1,500 commercial pairs. Joe grew up on a diversified livestock operation in Central Virginia, comprised mainly of registered Angus seed stock, along with commercial cattle, quarter horses, sheep, and goats. He received his bachelor's in animal science from Virginia Tech, where he was on the livestock judging team and worked on the college research farm. Prior to Wagon Hammer Ranches, Joe worked for the North American Limousin Foundation for 7 years, first as the Director of Commercial Marketing before becoming the Assistant Executive Director. He currently lives in Albion with his wife, Dr. Kelly Epperly. Please help me welcome our Judge, Joe Epperly.
Well, thank you, and this won't happen twice today, but I just happened to get lucky, and we ended up with the with the heifer that we won on paper, winning on the phenotype as well, and certainly one that if we want to just we love this one when we get and just think about a cow. Here's the big performance heifer with lots of rib, soft made. I love that about her. She gets out and goes. Want to change her in her front end, especially compared to the ones behind her. Just want to make her cleaner about her chest, cleaner about her throat, just a little bit more feminine about that neck and head. But I think overall her power, and especially when we get onto paper, her power as we get through 9 CED to 116 yearling weight. If I remember right, she's got a big stability, got a docility that's above average, and a big marbling number, one that I think certainly does lots of things for a program as she goes out here. We can sure change her front end as we move. Second and third was a tough decision for me, and that's where I think there's lots of things to talk about. Here's the big spread heifer, 12 CED to 124 yearling weight. Want to get that marbling number up for her limb flex. When we get her on the hoof, here's a really square made one that gives us the same look that we have for a rib shape and hip that we have in our class winner. When we get her here compared to the heifer in front of her and maybe even the heifer behind her, I just want to give her a little bit more performance for today, but I give her, she's the one that is just so pretty out through her neck and into her throat latch, clean chested, maybe gives up a little bit of heart to the heifer we've got in third. Heifer we got in third, here's the show heifer. When this young man gets her stuck, she is just so pretty and elegant, and she'll walk around the ring. Want to bring her head just a little bit higher out of the top side of her neck. She gets a little awkward there. Got to drop her in her flank and give her more hip shape and center rib shape to compete with the heifers above her today. But certainly a really nice female that you have, young man. And then our heifer to round out the class. Here's the purebred in the group, and she sure looks it. This is the power heifer, big topped, got some calving knees. Want to add a little marbling like we're going to have with most purebreds, and some growth as we go. But this one's got lots of shape and top. Going to make a nice female for the young man. Please give them all a round of applause.
For Class 3, first place goes to entry 107, LFL Jocelyn, shown by Tucker Parkinson. Second place goes to entry number 5, XKLX Jayla, shown by Cole Lewis. Third place goes to entry number 8, BNTL Jack, shown by Bentley London. And fourth place goes to entry number 6, TV in Dana, shown by Trax Vermillion. If you're following in the program, the order was 2, 4, scratch, 3, 1. Now we will bring our first place entries back in for Division 1 selection. Coming back in for Division 1 selection, we have from Class 1, Entry 1, SDFR, Bugs Rhinestone, shown by Lainey Woodall of Pattonville, Texas. From Class 2, we have entry number 3, CELL 1572J, shown by Karina Smallshoff of Avon, Illinois. And from Class 3, we have entry 107, LFL Jocelyn, shown by Tucker Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. We also have our second place entry from class number 3, XKLX Jayla, shown by Cole Lewis of Anderson, Missouri. Once again, this is your Division 1 selection in the ring. Don't forget today, while you're watching our shows, to make sure you stop by the Lemmy Booster silent auction and basket raffle tables to purchase your tickets. The Lemmy Boosters are supported by 2 fundraisers each year. They have the Lemmy Boosters preferred seating area and the silent auction basket raffle. Funds are used to provide scholarships to juniors through the Donna Etherton Scholarship Program, grants to the state associations, and they provide a gift to each exhibitor during opening ceremonies. Don't forget to stop by the Lemmy Booster silent auction and basket raffle. This year the drawing for baskets will be held Thursday afternoon.
As we get out here in our first division, I think a really nice trio of heifers that we came with, especially out of our single entry classes. Little heifer that's got some pieces and parts as she goes forward. A little young to get a real solid evaluation of her, but I think a nice heifer for the young lady and good to get her out and started. Young lady coming in the second class, got a power heifer, but one that we need to take more chest out of, make a little bit showier, and when we get on paper, gives up something to our heifers coming out of the third class. I think as you evaluate them on the numbers and you get in deep, these are the big spread heifers coming out of this November class, where they're going to be your champion or reserve in this division. I think just a really nice pair to win your first division. Please give them a round of applause. Congratulations. Thank you.
And your Division 1 Limousin champion goes to entry 107 LFL Jocelyn, shown by Tucker Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. And your Division 1 Reserve champion goes to entry number 5 XKLX Jayla, shown by Cole Lewis of Anderson, Missouri. Now entering the ring, we have Class 4. Class 4 is heifers October 16th through 25th birthdays. We have entry number 9, BNTL Jill, shown by Bentley London of Collinsville, Texas. We have entry 11, shown LDIL Jovi, shown by Ellie Dill of Marshfield, Missouri. We have entry 12, TV Izzy, shown by Timber Vermillion of Kincaid, Kansas, and entry 13, XKLX JC, shown by Peyton Lewis of Anderson, Missouri. Once again, this is Class 2024, October 16th through 25th, females.
Once again, sometimes you get lucky, and the one that you like the best on paper is the one that comes out here and has the best profile, has the body shape we're looking for, and is a really nice show heifer. As you see her come out, this is where I want to pick on her. She's doing a little better as the young lady slowed her down. Like to change her a little bit in the angle to her knee. I'd like to get her to just reach and stride a little better. But when she gets her stopped, man, that thing has just the square hip, that cow look to her rib shape. Can we clean her up in her front end and throat latch compared to the one behind her? Yes, but I think she just overpowers the class, both on paper with her 132 yearling weight EPD and .29 marbling, and a big carcass weight. I think one that definitely has some potential to be a really nice donor female in somebody's herd. Not to take anything away from the young man's female, and when she came in, I thought, man, this is a really flexible, good, honest female. Not got any hair. She just gets out and goes and travels. I love that about her. Lots of cavities in this one, lots of marbling. Just gives up that power on paper when we get to the yearling weight side, the growth side. I think there's lots of bulls within the breed that we can add some growth. She's got some room to make up on ribeye area. I think that one can make lots of 3/4 that are really nice and really industry relevant. You get to this young lady's purebred heifer, and one that on paper you've got to appreciate. Got some calving needs to yearling growth. And man, big carcass weight. That's where this one excels. Big carcass weight numbers, which is dollars in the bank right now. Docility is really good. When we get her out here on the hoof, gets a little straight off of both ends, want to level her out in her top, but one that's got lots of hip shape and that good Limousin shape and meat animal muscle. I think there's some spots for her. Young lady's got a nice heifer that we moved up when we were looking at it. Nice CED to yearling weight spread, got a good docility. Want to square her up in her hip, change her rear leg a little bit as she moves, clean her up in her front end as we compare to the heifers in front of her, but a really good sound heifer that's going to make a nice female for the young lady. Please give all your Octobers a round of applause.
And your results for Class 4. First place goes to entry 11, LDIL Jovi, shown by Ellie Deal. Second place goes to entry number 9, BNTL Jill, shown by Bentley London of Collinsville, Texas. Third place goes to entry 12, TV Izzy, shown by Timber Vermillion of Kincaid, Kansas. And fourth place goes to entry 13, XKLXJC, shown by Peyton Lewis of Anderson, Missouri. If you're following along in the program, the order was 2, 1, 3, 4. Now entering the ring, we have class number 5. Class number 5 consists of females born October 4th through October 9th. We have entry number 14, Auto Jelly, shown by Josie Wilkins of Lamar, Arkansas. Entry 15, we have Auto Jolene, shown by Tinley Ray Edwards of Higginsville, Missouri. Entry number 16, we have Auto Jackie, shown by Baron Mitchell of Wellington, Texas. Entry number 17, we have Barry's June Carter, shown by Radley Berry of Port Orchard, Washington. We have entry 18, LFL Jelly Roll, shown by Tucker Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. And entry 19, OAKC Jolene, shown by Brant Gazaway from Stillwater, Oklahoma. Once again, this is Class 5, females born October 4th through October 9th. Would also like to take a minute to thank Neogen, our sponsor for today's show. We do have Jake Trout from Neogen here with us today. He is the territory manager of Beef Genomics. If you would like to visit with Jake, he would love to visit with you too. Thank you.
So it's always nice when the cattle pretty well match the paper. I think this heifer ended up second in the class on paper, and I think as she gets out here, definitely one that can run with anyone you want as far as type and kind. Really big four-ribbed. I love that about this heifer. Long-sided, maybe want to change up, bring her pins up just a little bit as she moves out, but one that is sound, square, travels. Maybe doesn't have the rib shape we find in a couple others through that center rib, but I think she's got that up high. Maybe clean up her head and neck, but I think one that just blends and is a nice combination heifer. When you get her on paper, one that's just way above average for yearling weight, way above average for marbling, one that's got lots of potential as a female going out, big-footed and square. Young man's heifer here in second. Here's the one numerically that you're going to gravitate to. She's a 10 CED 136 yearling weight, 0.64 marbling. I'm pretty sure she won this class on paper. We get her out here. She gets a little sloppy about her front end. I really want to change her hip, lengthen that out and square it up. At the ground, I just want to change up how she puts those back feet down. She wants to get a little cow-hocked on us. Want to power her up in that regard as well. But a heifer that's got lots of potential to go out and make herd bulls. Just want to make her a little prettier and put together a better to be a show heifer today. Young lady's got a very elegant heifer. Here's the neat-necked, cool-fronted, big-hipped one that I just love the squareness and the look that she gives you when the young lady gets her stuck. Gets a little harder about her lower 1/3, and that's where I struggle with her when we get to placing her and the heifer that went out in first. As we get her on paper, doesn't have the overall growth that we have in our other two heifers, has some marbling to go back in there, one that we can work with going forward. One thing that's not on your sheets, it was on mine evaluating, I believe if I remember right, this heifer's stayability is really good, and I think that's a very important number as we look at fertility. Going down the road, it's very important to our operation, and I think this heifer does that well, if I remember correctly. Come to a young man's heifer that is as long from nose to tail as any in the class. Want to balance her up, drop her flank a little bit. Wants to get down about her pins, up about her top as she moves out. But as the young man gets her out here and gets her stuck, we can clean up that neck and chest. We can move her up a little bit today, but a nice female that I think is going to make a nice bred for the young man. Coming back to the two heifers, this young man's heifer intrigues me. Extra long-sided. But when we get down to it, just doesn't have that sweep to her rib, doesn't have that looseness about the way she handles her hock, and doesn't have the width of chest floor to move her up today. And it's a little flatter about her numerical values, one that I think is going to make a nice cow for him. We're just going to have to find a power bull and add some lower 1/3 to her, but sure, an elegant female as she gets out here. Young man's just giving up some power here as we come to our last, and if I remember correctly, that's on numerically as well. Sure numbers. Yep, numerically on paper, one that doesn't have the growth that we're looking for, and we see that as we get her out here. She's giving up a couple hundred pounds, the heifer's above her. One that can get out and travel, definitely attractive about her front end. Just want to give her a little bit more performance today to move up any higher. Please give all those heifers a round of applause.
And for Class 5, first place goes to entry 15, Auto Jolene, shown by Tinley Ray Edwards. Second place goes to entry 18, LFL Jelly Roll, shown by Tucker Parkinson. Third place goes to entry 14, Auto Jelly, shown by Josie Wilkins. Fourth place goes to entry 17, Barry's June Carter, shown by Bradley Berry of Port Orchard, Washington. Fifth place goes to entry 16, Auto Jackie, shown by Baron Mitchell of Wellington, Texas. And sixth place goes to entry 19, OAKC Jolene, shown by Brent Gazaway. If you're following along in the program, the order was 3, 1, 5, 4, 2, 6. Now entering the ring, we have Class 6. These females are born September 1st through September 24th. First in, we have entry 22, BMFK Lucy, shown by Bree Engler of Carbondale, Kansas. Entry 24 is a scratch. Next we have entry 26, Barry's Jewel, shown by Hallie Lynn Bear of Culver, Oregon. Entry 27 is TF Juicy Fruit, shown by Harper Torgensen of Artesian, South Dakota. Entry 29 is Auto KLS Jana, shown by Cora Burns of Macy, Indiana. Entry 30 is Auto Jojo, shown by Colton Russell of Berwick, Illinois. Entry 31 is Auto KLS Jess, shown by Harper Simpson of Rochester, Indiana. And entry 32 is CELL Jesse, shown by Carly Favor of Marshfield, Missouri. And entry 33 is PBRS, shown by Kylie Gaston of Eastland, Texas. Once again, this is Class 6. Females born September 1st through September 24th.
So good morning. And now that we've got a few classes down, we'll just kind of explain what's happening out here and try to get you a little more familiar with the process. What Joe's doing, Mr. Epperly got us all of your genotype scores off the EPDs last night. The girls all have that in the computer and that rank on the genotype placing. What he's doing now is lining the cattle up strictly for phenotype. When he gets the cattle pulled in the ring, as you've seen in the last few classes, he goes back after they get the results on the combination score, the phenotype and the genotype on the cattle. That's the final rank for the class, and that's what comes back for the division champions. What's happening is, in part, actually in total, due to the dedication, and I guess what I'd want to do is thank the junior board. 2 years ago, they brought this up back in Oklahoma to get started with this, and I know our NALF board was excited too, because our EPD production has changed at NALF with the single-step cattle evaluation now. I mean, as we go through genomics, and I know some of you utilize it, some of you not so much, the cattle business is changing. And what this allows us to do, since we've done this for 5 years now, especially with the advent of the genomics and the DNA markers, you're getting accuracies on these EPDs a lot quicker. The old way we did EPDs was performance data, pedigree data, and progeny data. And that's all still critically important to trying to calculate accuracy to EPDs. With the advent of genomics, what that's done is you can sort winners and losers quicker now. Those marker effects, instead of waiting for 2, 3, 4 calf crops to get all that phenotype data, you get an early peek at what that animal's value is. And it really has more value too when we look at AI sired cattle, even embryo cattle, they're full sibs or half sibs. The EPDs stretch out regardless on the deal. It's the same thing if you've got a brother that's 6 inches taller on the deal. And the genomics give you an early peek into the winners and losers on weight trait data, calving and your carcass trait data as well, basically all the way through other than docility at this point. So what Joe's going to do all day long as he goes through and talks these classes, he's actually got that genotype score in, and that's all in the book from last night. And we'll make that available to you. What we've been announcing is the overall rank. When the show's over later this afternoon, we'll give you a printout that showed how the cattle ranked in the geno, the pheno show, and the overall. And so you know when you look at that sheet, the tiebreaker is the phenotype on the ties. So I would like to thank the whole junior board, in particular Wiley, Shelby, and the work they've put into this, and the whole crew there, and having the foresight to get this done. And if we go through the day, I'm going to have Allison talk a little bit about the process, and if you've got questions, write those down and we'll try to answer those to you as we go through some of the educational process. But in today's marketplace, this is like almost like Tom Briggs says, a warranty on a pickup, okay? A lot of these cattle that are trading not only in the commercial market, they're demanding genomics on them for the accuracy on those sires and dams. But that's why you're seeing some of those sires bringing the big money. In today's market, if the cattle aren't genomically enhanced, particularly in the commercial side, the genomics has almost become a requirement on the deal. If you're trying to generate those big dollars, that commercial man wants the guarantee or the warranty on those pounds and predictability of the EPDs. The EPDs that we all produce now through IGS have got so much better with the single step evaluation. They're much better than they were 6, 8, 10 years ago because of the advent of genomics. So I'm not going to bore you to death, but as we go through the process today, if you've got questions, you can either come up here or write them down and hand them up, and we'd be glad to answer. And I'm going to have Allison talk as we get into some other classes, kind of tell you how it works in the office too. So thank you, Mr. Epperly.
Well, I knew it had been going too good. We'd gotten just right. We got a little shuffle here as we look at the paper and get with our phenotype placings. The red heifer that surfaces here in the combo, one that I think in a pair of heifers here as we evaluate them phenotypically, power. And you look at her numerically, she is that. She's the 126 yearling weight with 11 CED. Going with an 18 marbling. So one that has that power. And as you read her and look at her and get behind her, look down her top, has that power that she reads. I don't like she gets rigid about her spine as she wants to handle deep about her chest, plainer about her head and neck. Just one that we need to pretty up in this class. And the phenotype side as a show heifer really gets harsh and pinched right behind her shoulder in that heart girth. Want to change her there, but one that gets out and travels pretty well off of both ends. Young lady's heifer that was second in the phenotype, and it comes here second in the end. One that has a lot of marbling, 0.42, and she has a lot of look. This is the long-sided, pretty female with a head and neck that just comes out beautifully out of the top side of her shoulder, clean about her chest, uniform about her underline. Where I want to change her as we get to the ground, wants to get splayed about her front end, and wants to just be more upright in her scapula and through her knee. And you can see that as she fights the young lady, she gets up in her top, doesn't want to handle that rear leg just right. But one that when the young lady gets her stuck, gives you a great silhouette, a nice heifer to go second with a lot of marbling to breed around, just needs some more power to move her up there. Here's the bigger outlined heifer that just gets a little shorter coupled for me. She's big footed, but gets coarser about her joints, a little bit Roman nosed and unattractive through her head. Just want to stretch her out as we look at her phenotypically, give her a little bit more flex to all those joints through her knee and through her hock. Drop her down in her flank, could compete with the ones that were that were ahead of her in the phenotype. We get to genotype on her. This is the big numbered one. This is the 10 to 130. Gets negative on that marbling. We want to raise that up a little bit, but good on her yield grade, good on her carcass weight. I think a female that has a lot of potential, a lot of use. Just want to have a bull that's a little stretchier on her to change her. Here's the heifer that won the phenotype side of things, and I thought so, just my type. Here's the flexible one. You've got to love that rear leg and pastern set. Big-footed and balanced from the ground up. Love the look she gives you, just that rib shape that she has right behind her shoulder. Maybe we could change her hip power up there compared to some of the others, maybe lengthen her out compared to the one that was second in the phenotype, but I think the balanced, easy striding, soundest heifer in the class. Young lady comes to us with one that I want to like. We just got to power up from the ground. She need to blow her apart in her chest floor. It's small about her foot. Really what it comes down to is her rib shape. Just doesn't have that maternal sweep to her belly or that arch and curvature to her upper rib, but a long, attractive female. I think if she gets heavier, gets in calf as we get going and gets more mature, I think one that's got some potential down the road. Young lady's got the other stout heifer that we moved down in the phenotype. Wants to drop her pins. Big hipped, big topped. This one's the one that is the most expressive through the center part of her hip. But that comes at a price, and that gets her to rolling off of those rear legs and dropping her pins, wanting to break right behind her shoulder, but a really nice, good female that's going to work for the young lady. Just need to clean her up as we get into the phenotype side of things. Young lady's got a really interesting one from a phenotype spot. She gets overpowered today, but she is sound. And for as green as she is, look at the rib shape she possesses. Need to stretch her out as we get her compared to the others, power her up a little bit, but one that as we look down the road has as much potential as anything in the class. Red heifer to round us out. Young lady's doing a nice job with her. Long-sided, I just want to change her entire rear hip. Drops in her pins, gets rigid at her pasterns, doesn't handle her hock well. Want to give her more arch and curvature to her rib to compare to the other red heifer in the class. But a nice female that the young lady's doing a nice job with. Give them all a big round of applause.
In your results for class number 6, first place goes to entry 30, Auto Jojo, shown by Colton Russell. Second place goes to entry 26, Barry's Jewel, shown by Hallie Lynn Bear. Third place goes to entry 29, Auto KLS Jana, shown by Cora Burns. Fourth place goes to entry 32, CELL Jesse, shown by Carly Favor of Marshfield, Missouri. Fifth place goes to entry 27, TF Juicy Fruit, shown by Harper Torgensen. Sixth place goes to entry 31, Auto KLS Jess, shown by Harper Simpson. Seventh place goes to entry 33, PBRS, shown by Kylie Gaston. And eighth place goes to entry 22, BMFK Lucy, shown by Bree Engler. If you're following along in your program, Class 6 order was 8, turn the page, scratch, 2, 5, 3, 1, 6, 4, 7. Now in the ring, we have the first place in Division II classes and your selection of Division II champion and reserve champion. From Class 4, we have entry 11, LDIL Jovi, shown by Ellie Deal of Marshfield, Missouri. From Class 5, we have entry 15, Auto Jolene, Tinley Ray Edwards of Higginsville, Missouri. From Class 6, we have entry 30, Auto Jojo, shown by Colton Russell of Berwick, Illinois. Second place that are in the ring from Class 4, we have BNTL Jill, shown by Bentley London of Collinsville, Texas. From Class 5, we have entry 18, LFL Jelly Roll, shown by Tucker Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. And from Class 6, we have entry 26, Barry's Jewel, shown by Hallie Lynn Bear of Culver, Oregon. Once again, this is Division II selection of Division II champion and reserve champion in the ring.
Well, as we get here in our second division, I think it just gets hotter. I mean, we've got a little bit more numbers to choose from, and I think as you look down on the paper, it gets just as competitive as it does as we get here on the ground. The heifer that leads off out of that first class, man, if we're just picking a phenotype, I think she gets there pretty quickly, and one that gives you that look. I mean, just show heifer, so elegant and feminine about her front end, big about her middle, got some shape and dimension. We want to pick on her just a little bit, gets a little rigid and can short stride on us from time to time, but definitely the show heifer and looker in the group, and one that combines a 15 CED to 132 yearling weight and above average marbling. I think one that is definitely in contention out here. Young lady coming out of our second class, similar story. Maybe doesn't have the overall look we have in the heifer behind her, but I think her fundamentals are very similar. One that is square made at the ground, runs very north and south, gives up some rib shape to the heifers on either side of her as far as depth as you get away from her, but I think as you get up high and right behind her shoulder, doesn't give up very much to either one. Definitely has the advantage right behind her shoulder, the heifer behind her. A little plainer about her head and neck compared to the one in front of her, but has that advantage over the one behind her. I think as we get to paper, they're very similar, the two heifers at the end, just some trade-offs back and forth, either calving knees or marbling, whichever one you're looking for. Red heifer, she was the power heifer, and I think you kind of see that out here. Her chest gets to be a problem as we get her back out here compared to the others. A little harder about her right behind her shoulder and her heart girth. Want to just soften her up. I'd like to call that, it's kind of a continental thing as we look at Charolais. There's lots of Charolais at our place have that same thing, especially when they come with her shape. You get down her top. This is the biggest topped one in the entire lineup. With that, I'm going to go and show you my grand champion, but not my grand champion, my division champion, and we'll get back for reserve. I think it's going to get a little bit more competitive there. Give all your class winners and seconds a big round of applause. I'll go show you the one I like best. Young man moves one into contention that from a flexibility standpoint has some advantages out here. Just gives up a little bit when we get to the paper on growth. She's got the advantage in marbling, but we just lose a lot of growth there with the Cavignese side of things. But I think a nice breeding piece for the young man. We'll come to the heifer out of that second class. She'll be your reserve.
In your Division II Limousin champion comes out of Class 4, entry 11, LDIL Jovi, shown by Ellie Dill of Marshfield, Missouri. Your Division II Reserve champion comes out of Class 5, entry number 15, Otto Jolene, shown by Tinley Ray Edwards of Higginsville, Missouri. Now entering the ring, we start Division III and Class number 7. Class number 7 is a single entry class. It's a July 5th female, CRCK Classy, shown by Aaliyah Byers from Jonesboro, Tennessee.
I remember as I was evaluating the economic values and the EPDs last night, and I thought this heifer, out of everything that we evaluated, had as consistent and balanced a set of numbers as you could put together, and does it in a percentage package. A 14 CED to 129 yearling, got a milking ability right where we like it in the sand hills, right in the middle. Docility was high, stayability was high, above average really in the top part as we get into percentage cattle and purebreds for marbling. I think a very unique breeding piece. Comes out here, is really flexible, gets out and goes, maybe a little plainer in her overall design, a little flatter about her rib shape, but got some width and dimension down her top and in her hip. I think a really nice breeding piece the young lady brings us that could stand a lot of competition. Please give her a big round of applause.
In first place for Class 7, entry 34, CRCK Classy, shown by Aaliyah Hazel Byers. Now we have class number 8, another single entry class. Entry number 35. This is a June 9th, 2021 female, BKBM Jolene, shown by Baron Mitchell of Wellington, Texas.
Another nice single entry that I think does some things in terms of spread from Cavignese to yearling weight. Could give up a little bit on the carcass side of things to some other heifers. Heifer that gets out here, and I love her outline. I like the way she moves out and strides. Big, young man, just step her up a little bit. Just step her up a little bit, bud. Really elegant, nice about that head and neck, big sweep to her belly. I'd love to see this one fit up. She would look really, really nice. I think a nice female to be first. Please give her a big round of applause. See her back for the division.
In first place for class number 8 is entry 35, BKBM Jolene, shown by Baron Mitchell. Now entering the ring, we have class 9. These are May 3rd through May 16th females. First in, we have entry 39, Shilling, Join the Party, shown by Tyla Thomas of Sterling, Colorado. We have entry 41, DL Julianne, shown by Paisley King of Fort Worth, Texas. And we have entry 42, Wins Just Chillin', shown by Jack Kroger of Amarillo, Texas. Once again, this is class 9. Females born May 3rd through May 16th.
just wow on this one that leads off. I'd love a female that gets out and covers ground like this. I don't think the young man's legs are long enough to really give this heifer the get up and go, but you just watch her. She can reach up and grab some ground, has that big maternal sweep, so square hipped. Love the way her shoulder lays into her rib shape. Maybe gets a little plainer through her chest, floor, and throat, but that is a good-looking, really well-made maternal female, and we get on and she wins the genomic side of things with a 9 to 106 yearling weight and a .39 marbling. Big docility, and if I remember right, she's also a big stayability female. Really, really nice one to lead off this class. I like her an awful lot. Young lady brings us a cool-looking one. Here's one that is presented to the nines. Love the top line she gives us, the balance top and bottom. Gets a little too upright through her scapula and her knee. Also, as you get through her hock, just a little bit straighter off of both ends for me, a little shorter about her neck. But one that definitely gives you that look. If you want a power one, you want one some width the chest and width behind, width down her top, that one gives it to you. Just want to make her a little bit more feminine, a little more angular as we get out today. What comes in second on genomics too. Here's her 13 CED female with a .26 marbling. Big carcass weight advantage in this female. Then we get down to the third place female, one that just gives up some ground in terms of marbling, in terms of grow. She's the purebred female, and you can see that, a little bit more purebred in her type, but definitely one that has a lot of good and a lot of quality. And she's not extreme in her muscle pattern. She's got length and dimension. She gets out and goes. Just want to soften her through the middle part of her body, power her up in terms of her numbers to move up any higher today to carry that 3-pound birth weight. Want to get her up above breed average a little further on her yearling weight and weaning weight. But nice heifer from the young lady. Please give all three of those a round of applause.
And your results for class number 9. First place goes to entry 42, Wins Just Chillin', shown by Jack Kruger. Second place goes to entry 39, Shilling, Joined the Party, shown by Tyla Thomas. And third place goes to entry 41, DL Julianne, shown by Paisley King. If you're following in your program, class number 9, the order was 2, 3, 1. Now we have the selection of our Division III Limousin champion and Division III Reserve champion. First place from class number 7 is entry 34, CRCK Classy, shown by Aaliyah Byers from Jonesboro, Tennessee. From class number 8, first place, entry 35, BKBM Jolene, shown by Baron Mitchell of Wellington, Texas. And from class 9, entry 42, Wins Just Chillin', shown by Jack Kruger of Amarillo, Texas. And second place from class number 9 was entry 39, Shilling, Joined the Party, shown by Tyla Thomas of Sterling, Colorado. Once again, this is your Division III champion and reserve champion selection.
So this is where it gets tough, because we're evaluating the numbers, we're evaluating the livestock, and we've got to have a combination. And really, we look at this July heifer, and she excels. When we get numerically for a percentage female, she is, when you power score them, you look at where they rank across the breed, across multitude of traits, and the balance she brings numerically, it's impressive. And I think she does a lot of things right there. She's a very different kind to the two that are behind her. We've got two that are very alike in their rib shape and dimension. They are limb flexes, and they have that limb flex look. And they have that softness and that rib shape and the angularity to their head, neck, shoulder, their flatness there. But we've got all this power in our July heifer. Want to just give her a little bit more of that femininity, to give her a little bit more freedom of movement compared to the heifers behind her, but one that genomically just kind of gets out there. Not to take a whole lot away from some of these others, we're getting close. but definitely just a freak in terms of numbers. We talked about the heifer there in second, one that when the young man gets her head up and gets her set up like that, so elegant. I mean, can you tie a head and neck any higher out of the top side of her shoulder than that one? When she gets a little bit more hair on her, you get her dressed up, that heifer is going to see a lot of backdrops, not just on a numerical side. She's going to be really, really nice going forward. I love her hip shape. I love the way that rear leg's put together. And then we got our big brute heifer that just does so many things right for me. She moves out and covers so much ground. Is so balanced in her underline and her top line, just flexible as she gets out and goes. Still not giving up a ton when we're talking. She's got more marbling and got some advantages. I'm pretty sure she gets right up there on stayability with the other one. So it gets tight here for our champion pick. I'm going to go show you the two that I like, but really nice third division here. Please give them a round of applause.
And your Division III Limousin champion comes out of class number 9, entry 42, wins Just Chillin', shown by Jack Kruger of Amarillo, Texas. And your Division III reserve champion comes out of class 7, entry 34, CRCK Classy, shown by Aaliyah Byers from Jonesboro, Tennessee. Now coming in the ring, we have Class 10. Class 10 are your April 1st through April 27th females.
Class 10. 47. You're coming on it. Okay. Lane.
Class 10 entering the ring, we have entry 43, SHSK Regina George, shown by Eliza Truhl of Skiatook, Oklahoma. Then entry 46, LFL Jellybean, shown by Colt Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. Entry 47 is a scratch. Entry 48, COBN Jesse's Girl, shown by Corbin Robbins of Chattanooga, Oklahoma. Entry 49, BLEE Jazzy Jade, shown by Paisley King of Fort Worth. Entry 51 is a scratch. '52 is RCC Just Wait, owned by Corbin Robbins of Chattanooga, Oklahoma. Once again, this is Class 10. Females born April 1st through 27th.
As we get out here in this class, phenotype breaks the tie on these top three. We had them shuffled. I think they were all tied when it was all said and done. Heifer that's first, that was third in the genotype. I think just the elegant female as she gets out here. She's the longest sided. She blends the best from front to rear, top to bottom. One that gets out and outstrides the heifer that's going to come out in second, just reaches out and grabs more ground. I think a really attractive female to start off with. Young man brings one here that I love her rib shape. This is a very maternally oriented female. Wants to get a little cowhocked as she moves out, a little unsure about handling that rear leg, but I love her angulation to her shoulder. Just want to make her a little bit more, give her a little more pizzazz through that head and neck as we go out compared to the one in front of her, but a really nice female to run second here. Young man brings us just the power female, and this is the one that wins genomically with a 12 CED, 120 yearling, and a .58 marbling, and a 50 carcass weight. She's got lots of value there. She just loses the tiebreaker today. I think as we get out, she's just a plainer female. I want to change her rear leg. I think this is very similar to the one the young man brought us the last time. I'd want to give her a little bit more sweep and curvature to her rib, a little more maternal look to go along with that as he gets her set up, just a little thicker about her shoulder, her neck. Just doesn't have that overall pizzazz of the three in front of her and that femininity about her front end, but a really good female in her own right that's going to make a nice breeding piece. Super stout, super numbered, really nice female. Young lady coming out here in fourth has a really big, long-sided female. Gets a little coarse about it, her look today to move her up any, a little coarser about her head and her shoulder, but got that length and that extension that we like, reaches out with a big foot. Just want to give her a little softer look and a little more maternal sweep to her flank and her center rib. Young lady's heifer coming out next has that length that we're looking for, just kind of like our heifer that comes in third. Plainer about her front end, thicker about her neck and shoulder, just like to make her a little more angular to move her up today. Please give them all a big round of applause.
And your results from Class 10. First place goes to entry 48, COBN Jesse's Girl, shown by Corbin Robbins of Chattanooga, Oklahoma. Second place goes to entry 52, RCC Just Wait, owned by Corbin Robbins of Chattanooga, Oklahoma. Third place goes to entry 46, LFL Jelly Bean, shown by Colt Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. Fourth place goes to entry 43, SHSK Regina George, shown by Eliza Truhl of Skiatook, Oklahoma. Fifth place goes to entry 49, BLEE Jazzy Jade, shown by Paisley King of Fort Worth. If you were following along for class number 10, the order is 4-3, scratch, 1, turn the page, 5, scratch, 2. Now coming in the ring, we have class number 11. Class 11 is March 10th through March 28th females. We have entry 53, DEBV Jennifer Aniston, shown by Dalton Miller of Trainer, Iowa. Entry 55, CHAC Lovely Jade, shown by Logan Joseph Sashry of Dayton, Texas. Entry 56, CB Jealous Much, shown by Sam Callahan of Centerview, Missouri. Entry 57, SC Jasmine, shown by Sloan Everett Moss of Lufkin, Texas. Entry 58, BNTL Johnny and June, shown by Wyatt Jacoby of Paradise, Texas. And entry 59, DEBV Jade, shown by Dalton Miller of Trainer, Iowa. Once again, this is class 11. These females are born March 10th through March 28th.
So we're really excited about this show today. The junior board has worked really hard on it, and I know the junior board and the staff and the NALF board of directors has been very excited about this, and now it's here. So all these females have been 100K'd. So we took tissue, blood, or hair sample on these calves, and that gets sent to the NALF office. Then we send that to the lab, and those results take about 3 to 4 weeks to come back. Once those results are back, those EPDs will become enhanced after about 2 weeks. So you'll see change in the EPDs, and you'll see higher accuracies on those calves for the EPDs that have been enhanced. When you enhance an animal on the 100K or on the 150, we can add on the color and the polled at a bundled price. And we also run the parentage on those calves, so we can catch any parentage mistakes that may have been made. We don't see many. But if anybody is interested or has questions about that, come see me. But like I said, all these calves have been tested on the 100K and have genomically enhanced EPDs. Some animals will be big changers on EPDs, some not as much. It just depends from case to case. So I hope that you guys enjoy the show, and I know that it's been a big work in progress, and thank you to everybody that has worked on it.
interesting class, both on paper and on the hoof. Had some shakeups, didn't do as good matching the paper. Lots of things in the first 4 heifers that we sorted phenotype-wise that we can pick on little by little. And I think when it came down to it for me, the red heifer put the most good things together. Do I want to pick on her about her front right knee? Definitely. I think there's something going on there, a little bit of swelling, but she gets out and moves on it well, even for being just a nickel pigeon-toed. But I think the one that gives you the most uniform look. Top and bottom, she gives you that. She reaches out and grabs with as much as anybody else. She's got the most width and dimension behind her shoulders, all the way back to the backside and to her pins, down into her quarter and into her flank. And it's that shape that puts her above this heifer in second. This heifer in second, I'd debated on the phenotype thing, taking her anywhere from second to fourth, ended up with her in third. I love the freshness that she comes with. I love the depth of side that she has when you look at her from this side. When the young man gets her stuck here, gives you a really good look. I think she gets flat about her rib shape. She gets a little A-framed about her top to carry as much weight as she is. As you get down the lower part of that quarter, she gives up a lot to the 2 heifers that were above her in the phenotype thing. We get genotype-wise, this is one that gets up towards the front of the class. She's got some growth, 125 yearling, but she also comes with the big birth weight. She's the 5-pound birth weight in the group. Does do that while staying average for CED, and I think that's something we can look at. We don't need to go down the Angus route of keeping birth weight tiny, 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 and making small ones. If we can keep cavities direct in check and have a little bit more birth weight, she does get a little outside the realm where we like them to be, but one that definitely has some power. Add a little marbling to that one when we get to the end. Young lady's heifer coming next. One that, as you see her sitting up in the stands, you're like, man, I like that one. That one gives as good a look as anything on the standstill that we have in the group. And when we get her numerically, one that has a lot of positives. She's got an 8 to 120 spread, lots of stayability, if I remember correctly. Got that look, got the balance. What it is when we put her in motion, this one is so straight off of both ends. She doesn't want to cover her track, but I love her when she's on the standstill. Love that look and that profile. Just need to change her structurally to move her up on that side today. Young lady has a little plainer heifer that is the best genomically, the most balanced, the one with a big marbling for a percentage heifer. CED to yearling weight spread's good. I think her stayability and docility are excellent. Just a little plainer as we get her out here. A little up in her flank, plainer about her front end, thicker. Just doesn't have that maternal sweep to her belly. Want to pick her up at her pins and change her rear leg as we look at her phenotypically, but I think a very balanced set of EPDs that has some unique traits that makes her a nice breeding piece going forward. Young men coming out next have 2 big stout heifers, and they're kind of my kind in that way. I think we've got just a little more balance, a little more uniformity. I like the condition this one comes in. They both reach out and grab some ground. Just plainer fronted. I want to give them a little bit more pizzazz that we had in some of our other heifers going forward. Young man's heifer is going to come out last, one that's got that just walk. Like when the young man gets her out and goes, that one covers ground just as good as anything we have out here. I like to see her in a little fresher condition. For one that is carrying that much flesh, we get behind her and down her top and she's not any wider than anything else. Just want to freshen her up as we get her out here today, but love the way she covers ground. Gonna really make a cow for the young man. Please give all of those juniors a round of applause.
And your results for class number 11. First place goes to entry 55, CHAC Lovely Jade, shown by Logan Joseph Sashry of Dayton, Texas. Second place goes to entry 57, SC Jasmine, shown by Sloan Everett Moss of Lufkin, Texas. Third place goes to entry 56, CB Jealous Much, shown by Sam Callahan of Centerview, Missouri. Fourth place goes to entry 59, DEBV Jade, shown by Dalton Miller of Trainer, Iowa. Fifth place goes to entry 53, DEBV Jennifer Aniston, shown by Dalton Miller of Trainer, Iowa. And sixth place goes to entry 58, BNTL Johnny and June, shown by Wyatt Jacoby of Paradise, Texas. Once again, for Class 11, if you're following again in your program, the order was 5, 1, 3, 2, 6, 4. Now entering the ring, we have Class 12. Class 12 is March 8th through March 1st through 8th, females. First in, we have entry 60, ALYN Jewel, shown by Ashlyn Oshner of Guernsey, Colorado. Entry 61 is a scratch. Entry 63, TV Indomitus, shown by Truett Vermillion of Kincaid, Kansas. Entry 64, TASF Java, shown by Sage Hanrahan of Oak Archie, Oklahoma. Entry 66, Barry's Jubilee, shown by Ryan Bear of Culver, Oregon. Entry 67, TASF Jetta, shown by Chloe Hazel of Bearsford, South Dakota. Entry 68 is a scratch. Once again, this is Class 12, females born March 1st through March 8th.
This show would not be possible without the generous help of our sponsors at Neogen. All these kids were able to get the 100K genomic enhanced EPD on their cattle, or one each. I'd like to introduce Jake Tapper, and those of you around there, let's give him a round of applause. Jake's going to say a few words. It's Jake Trout. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's all right. You didn't hear, but Jake's going to say a few words. He's back from Nebraska with Neogen. And Jake, I'll turn it over to you, buddy.
Thanks. I'm happy to be here. I'm glad that this show is happening and that we can shine some light on genomic testing. But a little bit about myself. I am the territory manager for Neogen for the state of Texas, Beef Genomics. So we're based out of Lincoln, Nebraska. We are the world's largest agrogenomic company in the world. Not only do we do testing for cattle, but I do believe we do testing for about 40 other different species, from cattle to yak to shrimp to eucalyptus plants. But no, I'm just happy to be here and to be a part of this show. And if you have any questions about genomic testing or have any concerns or anything like that, I'm going to be over here at the outgate the rest of the show. So please feel free to come up and introduce yourself or ask any questions. I'd love to meet you. But just thanks for letting us be a part of this show.
Thanks. Let's go ahead and give Jake and Neogen a round of applause. Thank you. We appreciate everything you guys do for us. Thank you.
Exhibitors, we have a request from the judge. If you could please put your numbers in the front of your show halter. Not worried about the ones that are in the ring right this second, but if you're fixing to enter the ring or you're still waiting, please put your numbers in the front of your show halter. That is a request from our judge. Put your numbers in front of your show harness. Thank you.
You can go ahead and come around. Getting our top pair here, and the paper's pretty obvious. We lead off with the heifer we lead off with, but I think for me, we've got two different types. If you want to bring that second around. And young lady in second is probably going to win a lot of phenotype classes today, a lot of places. For me, that type and kind, come on, young lady in second, come around. Thank you. I think when she gets stopped and you've got her on the side profile, has as good a look as anything you're going to find. Neat-necked, big-bellied. It's when you get three-dimensional that I think the heifer that we start with wins. She's longer-sided from nose to tail. She's longer-hipped. You get on top of her, this is the bigger topped one. You get behind her, she definitely has more shape to her lower quarter, the lower part of her rib to the upper part of her rib. Would I like to see her just a nickel greener and nicer throated and necked compared to the heifer behind her? Definitely. But I think she's got the advantage right behind her shoulder and her heart. I think she's truer in uniform. That's a really stout, good-looking kind of female. Not to take anything away from the one in second, this one is ultra good-looking. The young lady gets her head up so nice, necked, big swoop to her belly. Just for me, and she's got a big foot, and she reaches and grabs ground. For me, that kind just gets a little too flat. They get a little A-framed in their top. She gets flat right in the lower part and through her stifle. Just want to power her up there. And when we get to the paper, this one does have 130 yearling weight. Big yearling weight on here and big marbling. Just going to give up some of the other traits that we're looking for when it's all said and done compared to the heifer before. But this is a very tight class when we came down to the numbers. Good pair of heifers to start off with. Heifer coming in third. 66. Okay, sorry. Hard to keep up with the paper and not with their numbers. Young man here in 66, a nice heifer that combines really balanced set of traits. Heifer that I think gets out here and moves. She's got some look and some balance. Just runs into a buzzsaw or two in front of her, but certainly a really good heifer in her own right. Want to just clean her neck compared to the one right in front of her. Maybe drop her middle, but a really good, balanced kind of female. Young man's going to have a fun time mating. Yeah, heifer coming out next. She's the purebred in the class. Got lots of grow, 120 yearling weight with an 8 CED. Want to add some marbling. Her carcass weight's big, and I think that's where we lose some to her. It just gets a little plainer out here as we evaluate her. We just want to clean her up and make her more feminine about that front end, add some to her rear as we rear flank and balance her up a little better in her underline to move her up any day. The really balanced heifer coming out next, one that just needs to be powered up on paper as compared to the heifers below her. Purebred heifer that I think is unique in the way she's made, big ribbed and got that look. I mean, she gets her stopped a little shorter coupled as compared to some of the heifers in front of her, but I think a really nice breeding piece for the young lady. Please give them all a big round of applause.
And your results for Class 12. First place goes to entry 60, ALYN Jewel. shown by Ashlyn Oshner. Second place goes to entry 64, TASF Java, shown by Sage Hanrahan. Third place goes to entry 66, Berries Jubilee, shown by Ryan Bear. Fourth place goes to entry 63, TV Intimus, shown by Truett Vermillion of Kincaid, Kansas. Fifth place goes to entry 67, TASF Jetta, shown by Chloe Hazel. If you are following along in the program for Class 12, it goes 1, scratch, 4, turn the page, 2, 3, 5, scratch. Now we have entering the ring our selection for Division 4, Limousine Champion and Reserve Champion. First places in Division 4. From Class 10, we have entry 48, COBN Jesse's Girl, shown by Corbin Robbins of Chattanooga, Oklahoma. From Class 11, we have entry 55, CHAC Lovely Jade, shown by Logan Joseph Sashry of Dayton, Texas. And from Class 12, we have entry 60, ALYN Jewel, shown by Ashlyn Oshner of Kersey, Colorado. Our second place from these classes are entering the ring. From Class 10, second place was RCC Just Wait, shown by Corbin Robbins of Chattanooga, Oklahoma. From Class 11, entry 57, SC Jasmine, shown by Sloan Everett Moss of Lufkin, Texas. And from Class 12, second place was entry 64, TASF Java, shown by Sage Hanrahan of Oak Archie, Oklahoma. Once again, this is your Division 4 selection of Limousine Champion and Division 4 Reserve Champion. Don't forget to stop by the Lemmy Booster Silent Auction Basket raffle tables. Purchase your tickets. Also, just a public service announcement. The decorations that are over in the picnic table area are not for you to take home. Please make sure that you leave the records, the bandanas, etc., where they are. Thank you.
As we get out here for Division 4, I think a really nice lineup. We start with our purebred heifer in the front and look numerically, one that's got some yearling weight and weaning weight. Just kind of average marbling, but she is elite in that yield grade. And I think she's elite when it comes to look and front end and neck. For a purebred heifer to have that choke throat and that dewlap as tight as it is and come back and be that good right behind her shoulder and have a big sweep. Maybe she could be powered up and have more shape to her hip and down her top compared to the heifers behind her, but I think sure the elegant one out here in the first three. Young man's red heifer, we get out here and man, she blends and he does such a good job getting her put together. I love that one's hip, so deep, so long as compared to everything we got out here. She's long from nose to tail. I really just believe in long cattle. Maybe gives up a little bit when he comes down to it on our numbers compared to heifers on either side of her. Doesn't have the marbling, maybe not as much grow. I'd like to see that change up. And then we've got the heifer coming out of our Class 12. Here's a stout one. I mean, blends so pretty. Young lady's got her set up just as good as she's been set up right this moment. Long hip, long-sided blends front to rear. Probably the best one right behind her shoulder. That's so hard to make them right there. Does give up some look to her front end, through her throat latch on the top side of her neck compared to the heifer that we've got coming out of Class 1. Numerically, just kind of a freak, one that's got a 12 CED to 134 yearling weight. Maybe could see some more marbling on her, and if I remember correctly, she she kind of hurts on stayability when it's all said and done. We're going to have to look for something to fix that genomically, and as we mate her, going to be something to worry about. With that, I'm going to go out and I'm going to pick your champion in reserve in this division. Please give them all a big round of applause. Really nice lineup.
And your Division 4 Limousin champion comes out of Class 12, entry 60, ALYN Jewel, shown by Ashlyn Oshner of Kersey, Colorado. And your Division 4 Limousin Reserve champion comes out of Class 10, entry 48, COBN Jesse's Girl, shown by Corbin Robbins of Chattanooga, Oklahoma. We are now on Class 13. Starting off Division 5, Class 13, we have entry 69, CHR Jules, shown by Olivia Robbins of Chattanooga, Oklahoma. Entry 70, TV Indigo, shown by Shelby McAvoy of Kincaid, Kansas. We have entry 71, ROMJ Jet Setter, shown by Trotter Thomas of Sterling, Colorado. Entry 73, Jetfire, shown by Kuaya Jorgensen of Morrison, Oklahoma. Entry 74 is a Scratch. We have entry 75, CHAC Lemmy Lou, shown by J.C. Parrish of Liberty, Texas. Entry 76, TASF Jerica, shown by Kaylee White of Woonsocket, South Dakota. Entry 78, ALYN Jazzy, shown by Ashlyn Osner of Kersey, Colorado. And entry 79, LFL Juliet, shown by Porter Foster of Hammond, Louisiana. Once again, this is Class 13. These females were born February 2nd through February 26th.
So some of you may wonder, why do we genomically test animals? What's the point of that? So in this environment, corn is super high, diesel's high. We want to get as much bang for our buck as we can. So when we test these calves, the accuracy of the EPD is improved. And when you combine that with pedigree and performance and your progeny data on these calves, that's going to help measure the genetic merit of that animal as a parent. So for example, if you've got a bull calf, a newly weaned bull calf, and we want to get as much information on him as we can, if we genomically enhance him, that would be the same as adding 25 calving records, 22 birth weights, and over 25 weaning and yearling weights on his progeny. You would even have over stayability records on 15 of his daughters. So prior to him ever breeding a cow, we'd have all this data on him, so we can save input costs potentially on a calf that's not going to turn out from a seed stock perspective as we'd like.
And it's sure working awfully nice to have the heifer that you like on paper be the one that shows up, and I think she walks away with this class pretty handily. I love the balance this female brings, the elegance she has through her front end. Maybe we clean her up in her throat latch if we want to get picky, but I love her rib shape. I love how she moves out. That rear leg is just phenomenal. The flexibility she has in it, the squareness of hip, I think she just excels the class. And then we get on paper, and she's the 148 yearling weight heifer, just a big one with a lot of carcass, and if she got up there for me, she's probably pretty good on stayability and docility as well. A really nice one to start off. Young ladies heifer coming out next, one that was third when we came down to the genomics, just kind of hits you really meat and potatoes kind. You go to trying to pick her apart, and there's not very much to pick apart. Really, it's her chest floor that throws off a lot of things about her, and maybe she gets a little flat about her rib compared to the heifer that's going to on either side of her, but a really good looking sound kind of female. I love the top and the hip shape in her. Just want to clean up her chest floor to make her balance up better today. But a nice female that puts together a nice package with a 9 to 111 spread and 36 on the carcass weight. Young man coming out next to the 79 cow. For a cow like this one is built like I like them. The big MTI number. She reaches out and grabs a lot of ground. You get her on the 3/4, lots of shape, both to her rib and to her hip. Maybe just gets a little plainer in her look through her neck, shoulder junction, through her chest floor. Some things that just need to clean up as we look forward to her and get her out here in a show ring. But as a cow, I think that one has a lot of potential to go out and make a great one. Young man coming out next. This was my problem heifer in here because she's so smooth, and I think part of that's just the amount of cover she's carrying. Shorter neck, shorter sided as compared to the heifers that are in front of her, but you gotta love the rib shape and the fact that she handles that condition that she's in and reaches out and grabs as much ground as she does. Certainly makes her special. I just want to lean her up a little bit, lengthen her out in that whole front 1/3. But you see, I love this hip shape. I love that rib shape she puts together. Lines top and bottom are beautiful and a really sound female. Just want to freshen her up today and lengthen her out to compete with the others. And when we get to EPDs, just kind of a little flatter female when it's all said and done. Young lady coming out with the next one, similar to the heifer in front of her. Like to just lean her up. I think to her detriment, she's gotten pretty chubby on us, and you can see as she moves out, wants to waddle and not really handle that as well. But one that has the spread from calving knees direct to yearling weight, has the biggest marbling number in this trio at a 0.45, second biggest in the whole class. A heifer that I think stands on her own and has some things. Just need to lean her up as we move forward. 75, here's a nice purebred heifer. This gives up normally what we're talking about in purebreds. I'd like to see her get up and have a little bit more growth. If we're going to have a purebred heifer, I'd like her to be up there in the 120s, 30s to really run. Negative 0.31 on the marbling, but one that gets out here, man, she covers some ground. Just want to give her a little bit more sweep and curvature to that rib, a little softer look. But from the side, that is a long-sided, good-looking, square-made female. Just want to soften her up a little bit as we get her out here compared to the others above her. Here is the soft-made, good type and kind one, just a little shorter coupled. Wants to get weak there right in front of her hooks. Want to change that about her and a little harder in her forerib, but a pretty heifer that comes together. 79 was second when we got to the genomics, one that is the biggest marbling one in the set. Just 69, sorry. 69, not 79. That's what got her. She's the calving knees, lacking some grow as compared to the heifers in this class. A little lower on marbling, but definitely gives you a nice picture. Just want to lengthen her out and size her up to move her up any today, but a nice heifer for the young lady. And as we get down to the 70 heifer, a purebred with some calving knees. Here's a negative birth weight 13 CED calving knees purebred female that I think there's a lot of opportunity to go on. Just need to get her powered up on the backside. When we get into weaning and yearling, we need to clean her up in her front end and give her a little bit more sweep and maternal shape to her rib to compete up a little bit higher, but a nice long-sided heifer that's going to make a nice cow for the young lady.
And your results for Class 13. First place goes to entry 76, TASF, Jerica, shown by Kaylee White. Second place goes to entry 78, Jalyn Jazzy, shown by Ashlyn Oshner. Third place goes to entry 79 LFL Juliet, shown by Porter Foster. Fourth place, entry 71 ROMN Jet Setter, shown by Trotter Thomas. Fifth place, entry 73 Jetfire, shown by Kawaya Jorgensen. Sixth place, entry 75 CHAC Lemmy Lou, shown by J.C. Parrish. Seventh place, entry 69 CHR Jules, shown by Olivia Robbins. Eighth place, entry 70 TV Indigo, shown by Shelby McAvoy. If you're following in our program, Class 13's order was 7, 8, 4, 5, scratch 6. Turn the page, 1, 2, 3. Now entering the ring, we have Class 14. Class 14 is January 2nd through January 31st, females. Entry 80 is KVLN 1176, shown by Peyton Smallshoff of Avon, Illinois. Entry 81, LJRJ CSVM Miss Follow Me, shown by Olivia Martins of Monona, Iowa. Entry 82, DJ JLo, shown by Rowdy Berry of Port Orchard, Washington. Entry 84, TGTG Jolene, shown by Tristan Galata from Independence, Louisiana. Entry 85, VL Jesse's Girl, shown by Bradley White of Dayton, Texas. Entry 86, SHSK Jazzy, shown by Sloan Everett Moss of Lufkin, Texas. Entry 87, DL Just One Look, shown by J. Tanner Brown of Venus, Texas. Entry 88, AVAM Jelly Bean, shown by Ava Miller of Trainer, Iowa. And entry 89, TASF Jupiter, shown by Ashley Wiles of Smithsburg, Maryland. Once again, this is Class 14 in the ring. These females were born January 2nd, 2021 through January 31st.
There's been a few questions and good questions concerning percentile ranks. As you're aware, here in the show, we're showing all the cattle together, the Limflex, the purebreds, and the NX cattle. Questioning how that works for the percentile ranks. It's just like the herd book. Joe had percentile rankings for all three classifications of cattle. So we know there's differences between the pures, the Limflex, and the NX cattle. He's got those percentile ranks, and he takes those into consideration. As we know the differences exist, he knows where the 50 percentile line is, and then it's up to personal preference as he goes through those percentile ranks and evaluates the EPDs individually. So they are all in there. Joe's got those available, had those as he studied the classes yesterday on the percentile ranks for all three breeds. So thank you.
All right, a little shuffling as we go here, but we'll have that in this situation. Heifer that stood third in the phenotype was definitely first in the genotype. Here's an elite one when it comes down to the numbers. Here's a 12 CED 133 yearling, 70 MTI on this Limflex heifer with a .41 marbling. Big carcass, if I remember right. She's also a big stability and a really nice heifer. Very complete. A young man gets her stuck, got a really nice look, sound, square, maybe just getting a little bit on the other side of condition for me. Like to maybe lean her up a little bit through that chest floor and neck, but one that's got a great sweep to her rib, really square hipped, good rear legged. I think she's a really nice class winner. Come to the one coming in second. Here's a purebred that Yep, here's a purebred that is elite on marbling. She's got a big spread, 12 CED 124, which is just absolutely elite for a Limousin. And you get her out here. This is a good-looking female. Wants to get a little waisty about her chest and neck. We're getting heavy in these older bred heifers, but got such a big sweep to her rib. From her from her third rib back, this is the longest female in the class. Lots of width and dimension down at the ground, square all the way up. I like that female a good bit, and a really elite purebred prospect. Heifer that I thought sure got up in the front of the phenotype side pretty quickly. I thought she won that hands down going away. Doesn't have our grow and go that we've got in some of our other heifers when it's all said and done. She's running seventh in that side, but got some balance. She's a Cavionese heifer that's still above average on yearling weight. Lacking in marbling for a Limflex, got some things we could change about her, but elite in look, elite in soundness, elite in her sweep to her rib and her hip. I love that female. That one's a great breeding piece for the young man. Young lady coming out next has got another heifer that is just elite on paper. You're 88. Yep, this was the second. She's a percentage heifer. This one bounces up really nice, and if you look her up online, I think this one's stayability is way up at the top, and as a percentage, her ranks get up in the docility really well. Gets a little chubby for me, and you see that as she moves around here. Wants to struggle, doesn't have that length through her front end. She wants to get waisty throughout her chest floor, but a really square-made, nice type of female. Young lady who's winning our dressing contest today has got the big yearling weight percentage heifer. Here's the 145 yearling weight heifer, and you see that as she gets out here. Here's the really big outline female. Wants to get a little coarser about her shoulder, her head, just not as feminine and attractive as we get her out here with some of the heifers in front of her when we were judging phenotype, but a good square-made, stout-boned, big-footed kind of female with lots of grow and go for a high percentage female. Heifer coming next, the 85 heifer. Here was a big spread purebred as well, a 9 CED 140 yearling weight, and that moves her up here. Big carcass weight at a 51. Need to get her just a little bit up in terms of marbling. She's below breed average and gets negative in that way. A little plainer female when we get her out here on the hoof. Square made. Really have appreciated the soundness in the feet in these cattle as we've come out. Cleaner fronted than the two in front of her. Just want to power up, give her a little bit more shape as comparison to the heifer right in front of her today, but a really nice female that puts together a great package. I mean, this is one of those, if you go to place the numbers and evaluate these, it's 1 and 2 point cuts here. It's a very competitive class when you get this one on paper. Here's another heifer, a Cavionese Limflex heifer with some marbling, just giving up a little bit in terms of growth compared to the heifers in front of her, and we see that here. A little bit more moderate heifer, has some good pieces and parts. Love her underline and her rib shape. Well, drop her down in her tail head, give her a little less set to that rear leg, and change her front end. Just gets a little heavy and thick there, but a nice female altogether. Young man's heifer coming out in the 86 heifer, one that has the 10 to 111 spread, but as we get her out here, we want to change her hip. Got to pull those pins up, square up, power her up through the middle part of her body compared to the heifers in front of her. And the young man rounding out the class has a very pretty heifer, one that gives you a great line and look, just gets a little waisty to her front end, want to make her a little more feminine to move her up today. Okay, they're just waiting for division. Good class of heifers. Please give them all a big round of applause.
And your results for Division 5. First place goes to entry 84, TGTG Jolene, shown by Tristan Galata. Second place goes to entry 89, TASF Jupiter, shown by Ashley Wiles. Third place goes to entry 82, DJ JLo, shown by Rowdy Berry. Fourth place goes to entry 88, AVAM Jelly Belly, shown by Ava Miller. Fifth place goes to entry 80, KVLN 11763, shown by Peyton Smallshoff. Sixth place goes to entry 85, VL Jesse's Girl, shown by Bradley White. Seventh place goes to entry 81, LJRJ CSVM Miss Follow Me, shown by Olivia Martins. Eighth place goes to entry 86, SHSK Jazzy, shown by Sloan Everett Moss. And ninth place goes to entry 87, DL Just One Look, shown by J. Tanner Brown. If you were following along in the program, the order was 5, 7, 3, 1, 6, 8, 9, 4, 2. Here in about 3 minutes, we will have our Division 5 champion and reserve champion drive.
So just something to point out as we move through the show is that just because an animal comes back with a lower EPD in a particular trait that we were expecting, it absolutely doesn't make her a bad heifer. It just suggests that let's try to mate her to a bull that's going to improve her in a particular set of traits. Whereas the opposite is true. You could test a bull and he's got a really solid set of numbers that comes back, but that's not going to matter at all if he's not sound enough to go out and breed cows. So just keep that in mind when you're testing these calves.
All right, we're ready to go for our Division 5 Limousin Class Champion and Division 5 Reserve Champion. Coming in from Class 13, first place was entry 76, TASF Jerica, shown by Kaylee White of Woonsocket, South Dakota. First place from Class 14, entry 84, TGTG Jolene, shown by Tristan Galata of Independence, Louisiana. Our second place coming in the ring from Class 13, entry 78, ALYN Jazzy, shown by Ashlyn Oshner of Kersey, Colorado. And second place from Class 14 was entry 89, TASF Jupiter, shown by Ashley Wiles of Smithsburg, Maryland. Once again, this is your Division 5 Limousin Champion and Reserve Champion selection. Don't forget, while you're watching the show, to go by and visit the Lemmy Booster Silent Auction table. Look at the baskets from each state. Support your Limousin boosters. Also, don't forget, we have several vendors out in the breezeway, back behind the bleachers. Go visit and check out our vendors back there.
come down here for our Division 5 champion, and the two heifers we have out here in contention, really similar when it comes down to the numbers that we have available. We got 12 to 133 or 8 to 148. You can get picky on here and there, but they're pretty close when it's all said and done. So we go out and we look at the cattle, and I think the differences are minor, but I think they can sure be seen. We've got a heifer that, as we get her out and look, here's the more attractive fronted, more type and kind of a show heifer that just comes out here with more pizzazz, more show ring presence. She'll be your champion. Young man's out of class 14 will be your reserve.
And your Division 5 Limousin champion comes out of class 13, entry 76, TASF Jerica, shown by Kaylee White of Woonsocket, South Dakota. And your Limousin Reserve champion for Division 5 comes out of class 14, entry 84, TGTG Jolene, shown by Tristan Galata of Independence, Louisiana. We are now moving along to Division 6, Class 15. First in, we have entry 91, Auto Halo, shown by Griffin Reese of Avon, Illinois. Next in, we have entry 92, Auto Henna, shown by Ambrell Lopez from Comanche, Oklahoma. And entry 95, ELCX Highness, shown by Carly Favor of Marshville, Missouri. These are females born November 1st through November 18th. Once again, this is class 15.
Three Limplex heifers in this class that are pretty close in numbers. I mean, 1-point cuts when it gets down to what you're going to make your choices on, and stayability was one pretty high on my list, and I think this female sure had it. One that looks like she's starting to udder up and bred really heavy. Maybe gets a little harsher right behind her shoulder. I want to change her in that. But the big outline, long-sided female laying down a nice udder. Here's one that walks out really nice, and I think wins this class rather handily. Young man's got a really stout female coming out here in second. Love her rib shape and design. Want to change her up through her front end and chest floor. That's where she just doesn't balance up and carry that back to her flank compared to the heifer that we have in second. Like her right behind her shoulder better in that forerib. Just want to change her and make her a little longer and bigger at the ground to compete with the heifer that beats her today. Heifer coming out in third, a nice female in her own right. Big middled as you look at her going away from you. Just gets a little smaller there at the ground. Doesn't have the overall depth aside and balance that we have in the heifers in front of her, but a nice heifer in her own right. Please give all three of those exhibitors a round of applause.
And your results for class 15. First place goes to entry 95, ELCX Highness, shown by Carly Favor of Marshfield, Missouri. Second place goes to entry 91, Auto Halo, shown by Griffin Reese of Avon, Illinois. And third place goes to entry 92, Auto Henna, shown by Ambrell Lopez from Comanche, Oklahoma. If you're following along in our program for Class 15, the order was 2, 3, 1. Next in, we have class number 16. Class 16 has October 29th, or October 10th through October 29th, females. First in, we have entry 96, Auto Honey, shown by Kenley Lewis of Iliff, Colorado. Entry 98, Auto Haven, shown by Dylan Young of Grove, Oklahoma. And entry 108, Auto Hope, shown by J.C. Smith of Decatur, Arkansas. Once again, this is class 16 in the ring, females born October 10th through 29th.
Again, 3 heifers in this class that are pretty similar in terms of their numbers. Not a whole lot of difference. Purebred that we're going to have come out is going to be just a little bit different, but in the end, the heifer that wins the phenotype side, I think, puts it all together. Here's the long-sided, big rib, powerful female of the lineup. So long from nose to tail, so big in her rib, center rib and back to her flank, got some nice teats. Started, I like the way she moves and covers ground for as long as she is. May want to change her right behind her shoulder. Gets kind of tight in that heart. Just a little continental problem that we all have to deal with as we go forward. But a smooth made, really nice heifer to start off with. Another really smooth heifer coming out next to cover some ground and takes a big step. I love her rear leg, and I like how she sets that down so flat and on a really stable pastern. One that we maybe want to blow apart as compared to heifers on either side of her. As she goes away from you, she's the narrowest of the ground, but she's the more flexible of these last two, especially in her spine as she gets out. Young man's got a nice purebred heifer coming out here in third, one that has some more calving knees for a purebred heifer. Wants to get up in her spine, carrying some fluid on her joints, but she is the widest at the ground of the last two. I like the way she balances up when he gets her stopped. Just need to drop her tail head, bring her down in her spine as she moves out to move her up today. Please give all 3 of those exhibitors a round of applause.
And your results for Class 16. First place goes to entry 96, Auto Honey, shown by Kenley Lewis. Second place, entry 108, Auto Hope, shown by J.C. Smith. And third place, entry 98, Auto Haven, shown by Dylan Young. In the program, Class 16's order was 1-3-2. Next in, we have Class 17. Class 17 has September 6th and 7th females. Entry 99, CHR, COBN Henley, shown by Colin Kinder from Piedmont, Oklahoma. Entry 101, DJ Heartstopper, shown by Rowdy Berry of Port Orchard, Washington. Once again, this is Class 17.
In this pair of heifers, phenotype becomes the tiebreaker, and I think a close pair when it's all said and done. I decided to side with the feminine, smoother made, just one with a better, more balanced look when it all comes down to it. Is she smaller at the ground? Yes. Is she smaller statured? Yes. But I think she's higher quality when it's all said and done. Just adds that little extra pizzazz as a female that I like. Not take a whole lot away. This is the big numbered one, 135 yearling weight, big marbling number, big docility number on this big heifer. Just gets a little coarse about her front end, a little harder about her forerib for me. A big stout one that we just want to make a little bit more attractive in this class, but a nice female for the young man that I think numerically is really interesting.
And your results for Class 17. First place goes to entry 101, DJ Heartstopper, shown by Rowdy Berry. Second place goes to entry 99, CHR COBN Henley, shown by Cowlin Kinder. If you're following in your program, Class 17 order was 2-1. Now we will have our Division 6 champion and reserve champion selection. Coming in from Class 15, entry 95, ELCX Highness, shown by Carly Favor of Marshfield, Missouri. From Class 16, entry 96, Auto Honey, shown by Kinley Lewis of Iliff, Colorado. And from Class 17, entry 101, DJ Heartstopper, shown by Rowdy Berry of Port Orchard, Washington. Second place from each class, Class 15, entry 91, Auto Halo, shown by Griffin Reese of Avon, Illinois. From Class 16, entry 108, Auto Hope, shown by J.C. Smith of Decatur, Arkansas. And from Class 17, entry 99, CHRCOBN Henley, shown by Cowlin Kinder of Piedmont, Oklahoma. Once again, this is Division 6, champion and reserve champion selection. After this division, we do have one class and a division before we will pick our grand and reserve. When the show is over, we will be taking a picture break before we start with the Progress Steer Show. Sorry, before we start with the Prospect Steer Show.
get out here in our fall division, and I think 3 heifers, as we look at them numerically, just pretty similar when it's all said and done. Some small advantages. I think all 3 is Limflex females. I'd like to see them higher marbling. If we're going to be adding some Angus genetics, we certainly should be getting into those higher marbling genetics, I believe. 3 heifers I think are pretty alike when we get them out here. Big ribbed, got some they've really sound kind of females. I think there's one that just when you get to the 3/4 view, when you get behind her and down her top, just has more shape and dimension all the way through. I'll go show you that one, and then I'll pick my reserve. Please give your fall division exhibitors a round of applause.
And your Division 6 Limousin champion comes out of Class 16. Entry 96, Auto Honey, shown by Kinley Lewis of Iliff, Colorado. And your Division 6 Reserve champion comes out of Class 17. Entry 101, DJ Heartstopper, shown by Rowdy Berry of Port Orchard, Washington. Now we have our last class and division coming in the ring. We have entry 102, WFL Heartbreak, shown by McKenna Rubright of Pattonville, Texas. Entry 103, PBRS Harley, shown by Katie Cash of Porham, Oklahoma. Okay, I'm assuming 103 is a scratch. Entry 106, LFL Goldilocks, shown by Tucker Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. Once again, this is Class 18. It will be Class 18 and Division 7.
With just 2 of them in this division and phenotype being the tiebreaker in this, we'll just sort these 2 pairs as a division. And I think 2 nice pairs the young people bring to us. Young lady's got a really typey kind of female that's working pretty hard with a calf for it's only about 2 months old. She's got lots of milk, and I love her balance from her front to her rear. Would we like to tone down that teat length and give her a little bit more refinement there? Yes, but it's awful square. I mean, you get out where you're at in the lineup, and you can see those teats are very square. That's a very level udder. You've got to love that about her. Just like to refine those that teat structure just a little bit. And then you've got the really tight uddered, really refined teated, very, very nice female with a big rib, lots of balance. And got a February bull calf that has lots of potential, big ribbed kind of calf. I think is going to make a great prospect. So in the end, we're going to go with the older calf and the nicer, more refined udder and come back to the young lady for reserve. Please give them both a big round of applause. Cow-calf pairs are not easy.
And your results for Class 18. First place and Division 7 winner is entry 106, LFL Goldilocks, shown by Tucker Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. Second place goes to entry 102, WFL Heartbreak, shown by McKenna Rubright from Pattonville, Texas. If you're following in the program, Class 18 went 2, scratch 1. Once again, this was Class 18 and your Division 7 champion and reserve champion. We are now ready to select our Grand Champion Limousin female and Reserve Grand Champion female. For the Neogen Ultimate Show. From Division 1, your champion came out of Class 3, entry 107, LFL Jocelyn, owned by Tucker Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. Division 2, champion came out of Class 4, entry 11, LDIL Jovi, shown by Ellie Deal of Marshfield, Missouri. Out of Class 3, we have or Division 3, Class 9. We have entry 42, Wins Just Chillin', shown by Jack Kroger of Amarillo, Texas. Division 4, we had out of Class 12, entry 60, ALYN Jewel, shown by Ashlyn Oshner of Kearnsey, Colorado. Division 5, out of Class 13, entry 76, TASF Jerica, shown by Kaylee White of Woonsocket, South Dakota. Division 6, champion was out of Class 16, entry 96, Auto Honey, shown by Kinley Lewis of Iliff, Colorado. And Division 7 came out of Class 18, entry 106, LFL Goldilocks, shown by Tucker Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. Your Reserve Division winners. Out of Division 1, Reserve was entry number 5, XKLX Jayla, shown by Cole Lewis of Anderson, Missouri. Out of Division 2, Class 5, entry 15, Auto Jolene, shown by Tinley Edwards of Higginsville, Missouri. Divisions 3 Reserve Champion was out of Class 7, entry 34, CRCK Classy, shown by Aaliyah Byers of Jonesboro, Tennessee. Out of Division 4, the Reserve Champion was entry 48, COBN Jesse's Girl, shown by Corbin Robbins of Chattanooga, Oklahoma. Coming out of Division 5, Reserve was entry 84, TG Jolene, shown by Tristan Galata of Independence, Louisiana. Division 6 Reserve was out of Class 17, entry 101, DJ Heartstopper, shown by Rowdy Berry of Port Orchard, Washington. And Division 7 Reserve was entry 102, WFL Heartbreak, shown by McKenna Rubright of Pattonville, Texas. Once again, this is your Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion Limousin female selection of our Neogen Ultimate Show. We want to thank again our sponsors, our sponsor, Neogen and Jake Trout for being here today, along with our judge, Joe Epperly. Let's give them both a hand.
Well, thank you, folks, and it's certainly been my pleasure. It's a unique show, and I know it's very important to us in our operation, and I think as we're looking at females, using genomics and getting ahead, we can get to a point of accuracy that we never get to in a female. It's something that we just do on every female that we have. And I can't say, and maybe I'm incorrect in this, I can't say we make a ton of culling decisions, but I think it informs your matings. It informs what you can do. It tells you where you excel, what you can fix. I believe indexes are great and indexes are good and they're simplified, but as breeders, knowing the freaks, knowing the neat ones, knowing the balance is what we can do, and we can fix holes and we can get better and we can make sure we'd make less mistakes with the more information we have. I'm thrilled with the lineup as I look at the EPDs. There are some freaks out here. I mean, they are just neat. You look at some of the numbers, especially you get in divisions 2, 4, 5, and you get in the reserve in Division 3. Those are genomic freaks and just neat. And then we get out here on the side profile, and we've had enough cattle today. I hope you can see the kind that I like. I like them maternal. I like them sound. I want them to get out and go. I want them to look like heifers. I want them to be feminine, but I want them to carry some meat and muscle. And I think every heifer in this front lineup sure carries that. All the way back to the cow. I think that cow certainly can come into contention here. That's sure a good female with a nice bull calf on side. Y'all have got a lot more showing left to do, and again, it's been my honor. I hope that this will grow. I think this type of show gives a lot of opportunity to you as breeders, to you as young people, to make improvements, to find some value in cattle, and have some different cattle that can do some winning, that can have some value both in the show ring and out in the world. And I think that's what we want. Great young people. I was a believer when I was at Limousin, and I continue to be a supporter. I think this is about showing cattle, and I like having purple banners just as much as anybody, but it's about growing kids. It's a great spot to grow kids, and it's a great set of young people. Sure glad to work with them. Sure been proud to be here. 11 years ago, I was stuck lining up everything out here, so it's nice to be on this side for just a moment in time. But I made a lot of friends when I was at Limousin, and I sure appreciate the opportunity that was given me to go around and work for you guys for 7 years. And I'm sure proud of the progress you've made from 11 years ago at my first junior nationals, and just the cattle I've seen today, just how good they are and how big a mark the Limousin breed is making in the industry right now. I think as breeders, you should all be very proud of that. With that, I'm going to go show you the two I like best. Man, there's certainly some give and take, and we could go and talk about each and every one of these. But I'm going to show you the ones I like the best. Please give them all a big round of applause. Thank you once again.
And your grand champion Limousin female comes out of Division 2. LDIL Jovi, shown by Ellie Dill of Marshfield, Missouri. And your reserve grand champion Limousin female comes out of Division 4. ALYN Jewel, shown by Ashlyn Oshner of Kersey, Colorado. That wraps up our Neogen Ultimate Show. We will take a picture break and then move right into Prospect Steer Show. TLA does want you to know that lunch is being served. It's back here behind the bleachers in the foyer area. It is hamburgers today. Go grab your lunch when you have a minute. Once again, lunch is now being served. Compliments of the Texas Limousin Association. We are now ready to start our steer show. We'll be starting with prospect steers. Class 1, we have entry 131. This is an October 1st steer, Toothless, shown by Katie Thomas of Wolforth, Texas. This is a single entry class.
Well, good morning, everybody. Looking forward to a great day here with you youngsters. Katie comes in the ring with the biggest smile we probably will see all day, and she's got a nice calf that she's named Toothless. She even knew that cattle didn't have teeth on their upper incisors, and so she's well instructed in the physiology of her animal, and also shows it really good. So she's doing a good job. This is a really nice calf. Got a good look. He's correct on his feet and leg structure. Got a good pattern. I think his body shape is correct. Let's give her a nice round of applause here in her class winner to start us off.
In first place in Class 1 goes to entry 131, Toothless, shown by Katie Thomas of Wolforth, Texas. Class 2 of our prospect steers is an October 4th steer, entry 133, PSRF Jack, shown by Patton Lauber of Hillsboro, Ohio.
Well, Patton here is doing an awesome job. He's got a real growthy calf. It's pretty late maturing. Very, very correct on his feet and leg structure. And just like the calf we had in the last class, just patterns up really correct in terms of his lines and front 1/3. Calf that's maybe just a little bit leggier in terms of one that I think as he starts to get a little bit closer to maturity will fill out a little bit more, but I really value his growth and I appreciate his correctness. And Patton here did an awesome job. Congratulations, bud.
In first place from Class 2 goes to entry 133 PSRF Jack, shown by Patton Lauber of Hillsboro, Ohio. Next in, we have Class 3. Entry 132 is a September 12th prospect steer, PC Jack Frost, shown by Colt Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. And entry 138, an October 3rd prospect steer, LFL Jumanji, shown by Aiden Robertson of Anton, Texas. Our judge today is Mr. Ryan Rathman, an associate professor and holder of the John W. and Doris Jones Endowed Professorship in the Department of Animal and Food Science at Texas Tech University. Mr. Rathman is an all-time winningest coach in the collegiate history, having coached 9 national champion collegiate livestock judging teams. I'll tell you a little bit more about Mr. Rathman throughout the day, but for now, let's welcome him to Amarillo and the Limousin Show.
Well, here in our third class, we really got a nice pair of cattle. I like both these cattle extremely good. I think they're going to have a lot of value as they continue to feed forward, and at their end point will be awfully strong. This smoke calf that Colt's got just an incredible steer. If you start him at the ground, this guy's feet are just exceptional. He's got a good spread to his toe, good depth to his heel, and then from there up, his angles are right, and he can really get out and go. And then just love the natural power and shape that he's got from any angle that you want to evaluate him from a rib or a muscle standpoint. That guy's really good, and he's got a good fresh hair coat. One that won't be the biggest frame steer in the world in the end, but he's going to be dense and he's going to be correct. This yellow steer that's second, this calf's awfully good as well. He's a real big-bodied, easy-feeding calf. A calf that's really flat jointed and a calf that maybe not quite as extreme in his shape as the one ahead of him, but still very respectable. There's a lot of muscle mass in that steer. I think he's respectable in terms of the way that he blends together from the side. Maybe not quite as just unique right through the floor of his chest or as soft on his rear ankle as the one that wins, but an outstanding steer and a pair of good cattle to both of you guys.
Your results for Class 3. First place goes to entry 132, PC Jack Frost, shown by Colt Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. Second place goes to entry 138, LFL Jumanji, shown by Aiden Robertson of Anton, Texas. Now in, we have another single entry class. Class 4, entry 134, PC Jagger, shown by Kason Keisler of Lufkin, Texas.
Well, Kason brings us a steer that's really on the edge in terms of shape, in terms of look. He's got a big forearm. He's a calf that Kason I really, really like. He's a little on the edge just in terms of the design to his hock. But what I really like about him is you follow him to the ground, particularly up front. I think that calf is built good enough in terms of his front feet, and his shoulder angle lays into him really, really good. But that calf's lines and just the quality of how high his neck jumps up out of such a bold round rib cage and a big shape to that loin, and obviously a big shape to his stifle is really, really impressive. So congratulations. I think you got a really nice calf on your hand. It'll do well for you in the end.
Your results for Class 4. First place goes to entry 134, PC Jagger, shown by Kason Keisler of Lufkin, Texas. Now we will have our division prospect champion, which will also be our grand champion for prospect steers. First place from Class 1 was entry 131, Toothless, shown by Katie Thomas of Wolforth, Texas. From Class 2, entry 133, shown by Patton Lauber of Hillsboro, Ohio. First place from Class 3 was entry 132, PC Jack Frost, shown by Colton Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. First place from Class 4, entry 134, PC Jagger, shown by Kason Keisler of Lufkin, Texas. We also have our second place from Class 3 in the ring, entry 138, LFL Jumanji, shown by Aiden Robertson of Anton, Texas. Once again, this is your prospect steer, division champion, and grand champion, and reserve prospect steer.
All right, here in our Prospect Steer Show, we got a lot of youngins. Let's give all these kids here a big round of applause, if y'all don't mind. It was a great show. There down there in those first couple single entry classes, we have Miss Katie. And she was bragging about her showmanship. Thinks she maybe could show better than her sisters. What she told me. That's what she said. This young lady here can brings us a really nice calf. You know, obviously he's pretty green right now. And we'll need more time probably just to figure out exactly where he lands relative to a larger inventory in terms of just natural power. But he's always going to remain so very correct in terms of his feet and leg structure and very correct in terms of his lines and his balance. And I think he's still a very good bodied steer. Mr. Patton here, that was a good stop there, Patton. You brought him in right into being set. Young man does a good job with a good growthy steer that's long-sided, very clean in his lines and level in the way they're laid into him, and very correct as well. Maybe gives up a little bit of power here to the other cattle in this lineup, but I really like that calf, and I think he'll make a nice one for him. Colt's calf there, the Hairy Smoke out of the third class that had 2 in that class, that calf for me is very, very complete. He's a steer that structurally I probably like as well as anything out here. He's a calf that I think is very progressive, but yet not too radical in terms of his muscle shape. And I really like how round his body cavity is. He's a steer that looks like he'll feed easy, but just always have a ton of dimension to him. There's times, Colt, where maybe that calf runs downhill just a bit. And so you maybe got to pull him forward and just recollect him in terms of his top line. But outside of that, I think the fundamentals of that calf are exceptional. It'll make a really nice kind of middle-of-the-road fat steer in the end. In the last class, we have the steer that's the most extreme that Kaysen brought to us here. And Kaysen, I think you're going to have a lot of fun. And you said you're going to take that calf to Houston, and he will fit probably Dr. Griner extremely good at that show because he's so muscled up and down his top and from behind, but yet still got a neat look to him there from the side, particularly out through his front end. He's big in his forearm. He's correct in his front structure, in my opinion. The question mark on him just is he a little bit round out of his hip, and is his hock maybe just laid into him just a little bit more on the edge? Now, I'll have to say, like I already said, that his feet, I think, are pretty good. His ankle set's good. His front end structure is really good. And so it'll probably be a matter of you just working with the right rate of speed on that calf. When you get into a bigger show, you know, like at the end in terms of how he hits maybe Dr. Griner just coming across the ring. If he scoots across there where he's moving a little straighter in his hock because you don't optimize his speed, he may not get the outcome that you want. But if he finds that to be really good, I think you're going to have a real promising day with him at that point. So one more big round of applause and these guys and gals out here. And then in terms of your champion today, for me, the calf that I'm most comfortable with, just from a feet and leg structure standpoint, but still has everything else I'm looking for, is going to come out of class number 3 right there. So let's give Colts a big round of applause. All right, Aiden's yellow calf right here in front of me, Jumanji. He's a calf, like I said, real practical, very smooth, very balanced. I think a good calf. He's maybe not got the bells and whistles as Kaysen's calf back there, maybe not quite as sporty as Katie's calf or Patton's calf there from the side, but he's solid. And so I think he's definitely in contention. For me today, I'm going to keep this Smoky steer back here right close to Colts. Thought that was a pair of awfully good cattle. They're going to be extremely good in the end. I wish you all the best of luck. Let's give all of our exhibitors a big round of applause here as they exit the ring.
And your grand champion prospect steer is entry 132, PC Jack Frost, shown by Colt Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. And your reserve grand champion prospect steer is entry 134, PC Jagger, shown by Kaysen Keisler of Lufkin, Texas. We will be moving right in to the Progress Steer Show. Single entry, Class 5. Entry 4 is a February 8th, 2021 steer, K2J's King, shown by Kylie Smith of Decatur, Arkansas. Once again, this is Class 5, Progress Steers.
Well, Kylie's got a nice calf here. Should make a good steer in the end because he's, I think, built really good in terms of just the correctness of his structure. It's maybe not quite as intense in terms of just being that massive-footed, massive bone-type cattle. But I think this calf is correct there. He'll continue to feed well. He's long-bodied. He's long-necked. He's laid in extremely smooth in his shoulder and just very correct, Kylie, down his top line. And I think you've got him for his weight in the correct amount of condition to position him to be correctly fed all the way up there to, the mid 1,300s, 1,400 pounds and make a good fat steer in the end. If I were going to improve him, like I said, I just make him a bit bulkier, a little denser in terms of just his substance. But that's a nice calf, Kylie. Congratulations to you.
In first place, Class 5, Entry 4, K2 Jay's King, shown by Kylie Smith of Decatur, Arkansas. Next in, we have another single entry class, class number 6, Entry 139. A May 1st steer, CJLM Flash, shown by Michaela Jo Massey of London, Kentucky.
All right, Michaela's really putting them together here. This young lady from Kentucky's got a really, really nice calf. It's going to be awfully competitive for her, I think, at the state fair. Michaela, I like this calf the best from this shot right here. You're a good showman, but you complement his natural quality well. He's so up-fronted and long from his blade forward and high in the way it connects. Love just the symmetry of his lines. I like how clean he comes through the base of his sternum and back into his heart, but yet comes up very round in terms of the way that his rib cage is put together. And he's a calf that I think from the side is well above average in terms of shape to his upper pin set and stifle. And I think his bone matches his balance. And so there's a lot of things in concert that I really like in terms of the proportions of this calf right here. If I had to change him anywhere, you do a really nice job of walking him in very slow. He's maybe a calf, if you tempoed him up, I think may look like he shuffles just a little bit more in terms of the way that he uses his hind leg. Maybe could square him up just a bit at the point of his hock and release those joints just a little freer. But you do a really good job bringing him in where that never looks too far out of whack. And so I compliment your showmanship here. Nice calf. I think he's going to do really well for you. Congratulations to you, Michaela.
And results for Class 6, first place goes to Entry 139. CJLM CEG Flash, shown by Michaela Massey of London, Kentucky. Now entering the ring, we have Class 7 of our Progress steers. In Class 7, we have Entry 140. This is an April 12th steer, ROMN Jamison, shown by Hallie Lewis of Iliff, Colorado. Entry 141 is a March 28th steer, KGDA, shown by Jillian Mudd of Knobnoster, Missouri. Entry 142 is a March 3rd steer, NCCGZ, shown by Olivia Jackine from Marthasville, Missouri. And Entry 5, a January 20th steer, DJ Jackpot, shown by Rowdy Berry of Port Orchard, Washington. Once again, this is Class 7 of your Progress Steer Show.
Well, it's a really nice class of cattle that are getting up there and advanced in their weight and closer to their endpoints. I'm sure most of them have an endpoint where they're either showing them or sending them to the locker here in a month or two. And so I want to just commend each one of y'all for the job that you've done feeding these cattle. You've done an excellent job. This would make a really nice little judging contest class between these 4 steers. I elected to go with Rowdy's calf up front there. Rowdy said he brought that steer down from Washington, had about a 28-hour drive. And that calf that you've got there, Rowdy, he's really good looking. I like his balance the best in this group. I think structurally, although at times he can get a little up on his rear pasturing, he's probably got the most natural link to his stride and range to his motion and just accuracy in the way that he sits down off of his front end. I thought he was a little longer bodied and smoother fronted and a little more even in his finish than your calf here in second, Hallie. Your calf I like the best from a muscle composition standpoint. Down his top, Hallie, that steer is really, really big. Out of the backside of his shoulder, if we had an opportunity to scan these cattle, I would have to bet on him having the biggest eye. He's really powerful to his hip and his lower stifle. Like his body cavity, his depth of rear rib and flank, he's a calf that will have an outstanding carcass. As we get the cattle into motion, he maybe gets just a little bolder, a little bit shorter about his neck and the way that it lays into that boulder shoulder. He's a calf that I think is softer at his ankle than Rowdy's calf that wins, but maybe just a little bit sharper there in terms of his hock. And just from a balance standpoint, I thought he got outmatched just a bit. This is a really nice calf we've got here in third. The biggest bodied, easiest feeding steer in the group. Looks, I don't know his marbling genetics, but he sure looks like the kind of calf that would be really elite in terms of quality grade. He's a calf that's got some muscle to him. Just with that, I'd probably say, young lady, that he's just maybe a little fatter than I'd like to see him relative to his frame and where his weight's currently at. I'd like to see that calf a little smoother and more correct in the way that his shoulder lays into him. He tends to get a little bit wider and through the floor of his elbow and his knee and pigeon just a little bit more than what I'd like to see. So just like to clean him up just a bit and fit him together a little differently. This calf we've got here in four has still got a lot of carcass merit to him. I read him to be a really nice calf from a cutability standpoint, long-bodied. Calf's really long and correct from hooks to pins. A calf that's got some grow to him from extension and frame standpoint. Just like to see that calf a little better on his wheels and give him just a bit more flank and body. Really a nice set of fat cattle there, nearing their end point. A good set of cattle. Congratulations to y'all on the way that you fed them.
And your results for class number 7. First place goes to entry number 5, DJ Jackpot, shown by Rowdy Berry of Port Orchard, Washington. Second place goes to entry 140, ROMN Jameson, shown by Hallie Lewis of Iliff, Colorado. Third place goes to entry 142, NCC Jeezy, shown by Olivia Jaquin from Marthasville, Missouri. And fourth place, entry 141, KGDA, shown by Jillian Mudd of Knob Noster, Missouri. If you're following in the program, class 7 order 2431. Now we have class 8 in the ring. Entry 6 is a January 1st steer, MKJMJ, shown by Michaela Joe Massey of London, Kentucky. And entry 143, a March 18th steer, BAYS Jackson, shown by Lily Bayless of Auburn, Kansas. Once again, this is class 8 of your progress steers in the show ring. Do not forget that lunch is being served in the corridor back under the bleachers. Take some time, go get you a hamburger, Compliments of the Texas Limousin Association. Once again, lunch is being served.
Well, another really nice pair of cattle here. Again, both these young ladies doing a good job. Cattle are weighing up in the 1200s, and I think from a composition standpoint, they're laying down some cover, and they're not further than they should be. They're going to end up making really good, strong carcass cattle. Between the two, they're quite a bit. They're more different than they are alike, and I'll just share what I see and where I prioritize. The calf in second actually has the advantage from the side, just in terms of extension, look, and cleanliness through the base of his chest. The calf in front has the advantage, in my opinion, just in terms of a moderate steer that with that is equipped with a bit more just expansion coming back through the base of his heart and the turn up into his center forerib and back into his flank. He's just a little bit deeper and softer and has a little easier feeding type of a look. From a fundamental standpoint, I think that calf as well, Lily, that you've got is just laid back a little more comfortably in terms of the natural bend of his hock and just the set to his hind leg as we get those cattle in motion, and that's where I prefer that steer. He's also a steer, I think, from the side that wraps just a little bit more shape to the base of his stifle, and I think that he does have that upper hand when you get him behind him. Now, when you get your hands down there top, that's actually pretty competitive. Michaela's steer here in second. He maybe looks like he funnels just a bit through his stifle from a distance, but when you get your hands up on his top line, that calf is really deep in the way that his loin edge turns down into his rib cage. That guy's going to be really impressive there. And so he's more than anything for me, Michaela, just a steer that I like his look and want to use him for that reason. But for me, he gets a little bit shorter and just less athletic in the way that he's put together in his hind leg in motion. And that was the main driver behind my decision. But both the young ladies should be commended. Congratulations to you on a good pair of cattle.
And your results for Class 8. First place goes to entry 143, Bays Jackson, shown by Lily Bayless of Auburn, Kansas. And second place goes to entry 6, MKJMJ, shown by Michaela Jo Massey of London, Kentucky. The order in your program was 2-1. Now we have our last class of the Progress Steers. This is a single entry class, entry 137. A March 8th steer, KORC Leroy the Lemmy, shown by Chelsea Pinnell of Cuba, Missouri.
Well, it would really be fun to ultrasound these cattle. This calf that you've got here, weighing 13 12 or so, Leroy the Lemmy, and man, he's impressive when you get down his top. Just the not only the width, but just the depth in which his loin lays into him up top, and just back there from his 13th rib to his hook bone. Really, really good. He's got such a long tie to his muscle from hip to stifle. You get him behind him, and he's still really wide across that plane of his body. I like his length of body. I would commend you, too, just from a composition standpoint. I think that steer is covered, but it's smooth. He's not out of bounds in terms of where his brisket lays in him. It sits pretty high relative to where his heart and his underline is. And so from a carcass standpoint, I love this calf. Where I would upgrade him is when we get him in motion, he tends to tilt forward just a bit more in terms of the design to his shoulder. And then I'd like to push him back in terms of the slope of his forearm and knee just a bit more, and just travel him just a little bit smoother there as he goes from behind. But outstanding job feeding this calf. Congratulations.
And your results for Class 9, entry 137, KORC, Leroy the Lemmy, shown by Chelsea Pinnell of Cuba, Missouri. Now we will have our Grand Champion Progress Steer and Reserve Champion Progress Steer selection. After this Progress Steer selection, we will do a quick picture break with steers, then move right in to the Limflex cow-calf pairs. Coming in for Grand Champion selection of Progress Steers, from Class 5, we have entry number 4, K2J's King, shown by Kylie Smith of Decatur, Arkansas. From Class 6, entry 139, CJLM CEG Flash, owned by Michaela Jo Massey of London, Kentucky. From Class 7, we have entry 5, DJ Jackpot, shown by Rowdy Berry of Port Orchard, Washington. From Class 8, we have entry 143, Bays Jackson, shown by Lily Bayless of Auburn, Kansas. And coming in from Class 9, entry 137, KORC, Leroy the Lemmy, shown by Chelsea Pinnell of Cuba, Missouri. Second place from Class 7 in the ring is entry 140, ROMN Jamison, shown by Hallie Lewis of I Live, Colorado. And from Class 8, entry 6, MKJMJ, shown by Michaela Jo Massey of London, Kentucky. Once again, this is your selection of Grand Champion Progress Steer and Reserve Champion Progress Steer.
All right. Well, I decided we need to flip the cattle. Sometimes we got to work smarter, not harder, right? You face livestock towards the out gate after they've already been in the ring once and are aware where that exit is, and they don't want to hold still. So hopefully this will work better for us. Hey, let's just start by giving all these kids a big round of applause out here that have brought some steers to Amarillo. Not a huge inventory, but man, you kids are doing good. You get into this population of cattle here on the market side, and my expectation would be that they're going to be just really elite in terms of just muscle shape and carcass merit. And what I'm impressed with on top of that is just the manner in which y'all fed them. I think for the most part here from top to bottom, y'all have the cattle at the right compositional fat thickness relative to their weight. I know their endpoint's not yet today for most of y'all, but I think y'all have them in good shape. At the front of the lineup up there, we had a smoke steer that is nice and smooth, a calf that just needs to maybe bulk up just a bit more in order to tackle a few of the black-hided cattle right in behind him today. But you should be very proud of that calf and his growth and his length and his lines. Very, very respectable. Michaela's calf there that is out of the second class with the dot in his forehead. This calf probably as strong as any from the profile. Just his cleanliness and his lines. He's very trim pattern. He's very trim and clean in the way that he ties together up front, but yet is still pretty stout in his jaw. That calf's got some bone. A calf that I think balances well. We put him in motion, and perhaps we could see that calf just pick up his hind leg and use it a bit more athletically and remain a little square from the point of his hock to the ground if I were to change that guy. But I like the quality. I like the way that he turns in terms of his center shape. Rowdy, your calf is doing much better pointed this direction than the other. He was a bit nomadic over here, but this calf that Rowdy's got out of that third class, he's a calf that's presented well. I want to compliment Rowdy. Seems like a good little showman. This calf has got a good hair coat, and he's fit up well. It complements his balance. I think naturally, I like his ratio of hip height being moderate and realistic, but yet extreme body length. I like the length of that guy. I like the length of his neck. The type of calf that looks like he'll feed, but yet will bring forth a lot of weight just because of his extra length. When we get him out in motion, I think this calf is really good. He's very correct off both ends. For being so long-bodied, he comes very close to filling his stride. He's a calf that is big-bellied and easy feeding. He's a calf that should grade extremely well. Is he the most powerful steer in the lineup? Absolutely not. Is he above average from a muscularity standpoint? I definitely think so. So a very, very nice calf for you, Rowdy. Congratulations there. Out of the fourth class there, the slick-haired calf back there, that steer, I would say structurally, I like the best of anything out here. I like his hind leg, his rear ankle, the flexibility of his hock. I like his body cavity. He's extremely muscular over his loin and particularly through his round and stifle. That calf comes with a little extra maybe sheath and a little extra brisket. He's maybe not just the cleanest steer to the in terms of the top of his neck or the way that he hooks in right behind his shoulder, but from a fundamental standpoint, in terms of traits that count, I think that's awfully good cattle out here. And then out of the last class, we have a calf. I like his length. Perhaps the biggest shape and the deepest shape to his loin edge of any of the cattle out here. I like his height of front end, his length of neck, and length of hip. That steer gets a little straighter through his front end, as we talked about, where I like to change that calf. But if it were just a carcass contest, he would probably be my favorite. So you got a lot of options out here. You can go with the good-looking one. You can go with the combination steer, go with Mr. Function, or you can go with Mr. Carcass. And so whatever you want to do, you can choose. Let's give all these kids one more round of applause, and I'll show you the one I think is the most complete today. All right. Congratulations there, Rowdy. Was the 28-hour drive worth it? I'm sure you have heifers too. I wish you the best of luck. This calf that pulls in second here, a calf that I like his strength of spine. I really love his top shape. I like his body cavity. And I like the way this calf is made in terms of his rear ankle. And so he's a little more jammed up ahead of his shoulder. I'd like to lengthen him there, maybe just a fraction, but I like how he remains level from hooks to pins, and his tail head lays in there good. I think he's very fundamental, very good bodied, and very muscular. Just stretch him out a little bit from end to end. So, again, I thought it was a very competitive steer show, and depending on where you want to lay your priorities, you could do a lot of different things, and that's fine with me. But I think after this steer being kind of the combination calf for me, the one that is the next best combination steer and the best kind of cattle in terms of structure and body and muscularity. He's not as attractive as this one, but as the calf I'm going to follow with will be the young lady that was out of class number 4. Let's give her a round of applause. She'll be our reserve champion.
And your grand champion progress steer goes to entry number 5, DJ Jackpot, shown by Rowdy Berry of Port Orchard, Washington. Your reserve grand champion progress steer goes to entry 143, Bays Jackson, shown by Lily Bayless of Auburn, Kansas. We are going to take a quick picture break. And then we will move into our cow-calf pair show. Don't forget, while you're watching the shows this week, make sure you stop by the Lemmy Booster silent auction and basket raffle tables. They are right over here in the picnic area. Purchase tickets to support the Lemmy Boosters. The Lemmy Boosters have 2 fundraisers every year, the preferred seating and the silent auction basket raffle. These funds provide scholarships to juniors through the Donna Etherton Scholarship Program. They also provide grants to state associations, and they give a gift to each exhibitor during opening ceremonies. So please take time, go see the baskets, purchase some raffle tickets, and support our Lemmy Boosters. Also, when you have a minute, go through the foyers and visit with our vendors here this year. All right, we are ready to begin. Our Limflex cow-calf pairs. Entering the ring, we have Class 10, single entry, entry 7, WFL Heartbreak, owner McKenna Rubright from Pattonville, Texas.
All right, starting our cow-calf show with a really nice pair here in the single entry limb flex class. This female is a June, and so I commend her on calving right here at 24 months of age. I think a female that has a good cow size to her. She's got enough growth physically, but yet is not too big, and she's balanced in her bag. You might critique her just a little bit larger in her front teats, but the balance from front to rear is good. I think she's correct in her lines. Her heifer calf's really, really fancy. I think she's got a lot of future and promise to her. And then I told McKenna, I said, this heifer, the cow is really equipped with a great set of genetics. She's above breed average for calving ease, direct in a positive fashion, and yet still way above breed average for her direct growth and weaning and yearling and MTIs. So a good combination here, cow that's got a balance of pheno and genotype. And so nice entry here, very deserving of winning this class. Congratulations to y'all.
In Class 10, first place goes to WFL Heartbreak, shown by McKenna Rubright of Pattonville, Texas. Next in is Class 11, another single entry. Entry number 11, PBRS Heidi, shown by Tinley Elmore of Hominy, Oklahoma.
Well, Tinley, I'm going to go ahead and talk your heifer while you're leading her. You go ahead and pull up to where Nikki's at, but because that's where I love her. I love this female in motion. You talk about quality in motion, balance in motion. Great livestock do that, and this female right here is a good example of that. She is so smooth in the way she glides across the ring. Her foot shape is excellent. She's big enough bone for a breeding female, but her joint work is just exceptional, and her lines remain so true and correct as she goes. I love her cow size. I like her body capacity, and I absolutely love her udder. Certainly a trait that is of major priority, obviously, in a cow-calf show, and that female there is about as good as it gets there in terms of her udder quality. Told Tinley, too, this heifer calf she's got on her side is just an absolute clone of that one in terms of structure and body capacity and quality and kind. And so it's, I don't know the sire of that calf, but it's impressive to see a female that transmits as good as what she looks. And then in terms of presentation, showmanship-wise and fit job-wise, I give you gals high marks. Y'all done a great job here presenting your entry. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Entry winner of Class 11 is entry 11, PBRS Heidi, shown by Tinley Elmore of Hominy, Oklahoma. Next in we have Class 12, Entry 18, LFL Goldilocks, shown by Tucker Parkinson of Levelland, Texas, and Entry 19, KYNM Bridget, shown by Kinley Thomas of Wolforth, Texas. Once again, this is Class 12 of your Limflex cow-calf pairs. In working our ring today, you will see various NALJA board members and NALJA board candidates. Currently, helping out in the ring, we have Colton Barton, one of our board members from Texas. We have board candidate Nikki Keaton from Texas, Eliza Truhl from Oklahoma, and Lily Mitchell from Wisconsin. We appreciate all the junior board's help this week. Also, we have in the ring Michaela Askey from Arizona.
Well, we've only going to have, I think, 4 pairs in the show, and all been exceptional. These two here are incredibly good cattle. They represent the breed well for what the breed needs to be bringing forth, in my opinion. And so great prototypes and close calls here between the two. I think both teams here are doing really, really, really good. And just to share what I like about these cattle out here in the ring, the first entry there that Kenley May's got, this cow is one that calved just a little bit sooner and has really poured a lot of nutrition into that bull calf. And those are the two things that I think are most advantageous for her here in this decision. That bull calf, her first calf heifer, I think is one that's weighed up extremely heavy. A credit to that cow, and one that's extremely stout and dense when you get them behind them. I think comparatively speaking between the two calves, I think they're both really good between the two entries. This calf, though, is probably a little stouter down his top, a little more powerful through his hip and stifle, even adjusted to the same age. And then from a quality standpoint, that bull really takes his front end out of his shoulder in the right manner. He's correct in his lines. Both of them are maybe just a little bit more middle of the road in terms of the size of their hind legs. But I think that one there just is a little stronger everywhere all the way through, and he's big testicled for a young bull calf as well. The cow herself is obviously a little bigger in her kind, long-sided, long-necked, extremely thick-ended, huge in terms of her rib cage. This 1 quarter on this side looks just a little bit less than the others, but again, she's at the end of her lactation period, so I'm not going to hurt her for that. In terms of the pair then that I've got second today, Tucker, your heifer is one that just standing there. I just absolutely love the skeletal design and correctness of that female. That heifer, I prefer her actually in this pair between the two cows in terms of just the way she's made in her hip and her hock and her hind leg, how comfortable she is and accurate she is in her step off both ends. She hits the corners right. That female is got the right cow size. She's good middled. That's just an exceptional female. She calved maybe just a little bit later comparatively in this scenario. And like I said, the calf's good, but maybe not quite as powerful as this bull calf that wins. And both of them, from a genetic standpoint, read very, very good, but very, very close. So I don't see that as a deciding factor. So exceptional pair of cattle. Congratulations to both y'all. Let's give them a nice round of applause and a pair of good entries.
Results from Class 12. First place goes to entry 19, KYNM Bridget, shown by Kenley May Thomas of Wolford, Texas. Second place goes to entry 18, LFL Goldilocks, shown by Tucker Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. We will now have not only our division champion in reserve, but our grand champion, Limflex, cow-calf, and reserve champion, Limflex, cow-calf selection. Out of Class 10, we have entry 7, WFL Heartbreak, shown by McKenna Rubright of Pattonville, Texas. Out of Class 11, we have PBRS Heidi, shown by Tinley Elmore of Hominy, Oklahoma. And out of Class 12, we have entry 19, KYNM Bridget, shown by Kenley May Thomas of Wolford, Texas. Second place entry from Class 12, entry 18, LFL Goldilocks, shown by Tucker Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. Once again, this is a selection of your grand champion, Limflex, cow-calf pair, and reserve.
Well, I'll go ahead and start talking to them as they're moving over there. My feelings on a cow-calf show, I like a cow-calf show as much as anything. Normally we don't have the numbers, but it's a great opportunity to demonstrate the reproductive timeliness of your female, her fertility level, and then you start to get a glimpse of the working capability of that female, which is what the goal is to see how well does she milk, how many pounds can she put down at weaning, and the quality level that she can transmit to her calf. And so in my opinion, as we start to step into this type of division, we've got to put major emphasis on udder quality and major emphasis on the quality of that calf and the job that she's doing. And so that's what makes it a fun division to analyze. The young lady that's got the female up front, I really got to compliment her. She's got, like I said, all four of them are great examples of the breed out here. That one there's no slouch. She's got a female that's the right size, but yet is extended. I said that comment in the steer show, but I think nowadays, if you think about, okay, we're making cattle really good. Where are we going to make them better? I'm not a guy that thinks frame score needs to be huge, but I do think they need to be long in their hip and long in their length of body and long in their neck. And so trying to put that relationship together is a bit antagonistic, and I think that female does a good job of blending that together. I like the balance to her udder. I like the correctness of her feet and legs, and I think her heifer calf on her side is real fancy, and she was as timely as any out here in terms of her timing of calving. Her numbers are probably the strongest of anything in the show as well. The Limflex pair there that Tinley has, like I said, if you just walked up to the ring, you would be first impressed with all the cattle out here. Secondly, I think this female would grab your attention. Her udder quality is near perfect. Her structure is near perfect. She is in incredible shape for a cow-calf pair. She still looks 12 o'clock as a show heifer, but yet she is a mother. And so I compliment this young lady for getting a female to the show and looking this way at this point in her production stage. This heifer calf on her side, I think, matches that female. Not the longest neck, but man, good-legged, good-bodied, a female that's got some density to her. That's a tremendous, tremendous pair. And then that last class, like I said, I love both of those entries. Just went with the one that's producing more power in pounds and performance and calf just a little bit sooner. The female over there in the background, that one's as good as any in terms of skeletal quality, which is something that I think is priority number one. And so great representations here. Let's give all of our exhibitors a big, big round of applause. For me today, just fairly assessing the cattle on which one deserves to be champion. I personally thought it was pretty clear, even though there's extremely good cattle out here. And so Tinley here with this white underline heifer is going to have your grand.
And your grand champion, Limflex cow-calf pair, comes out of Class 11, Entry 11, PBRS Heidi, shown by Tinley Elmore of Hominy, Oklahoma.
So they were a single entry. We're going to follow with the young ladies here out of our last class to be our reserve champion today. Congratulations.
And your reserve grand champion, Limflex cow-calf pair, comes out of Class 12, Entry 19, KYNM Bridget, shown by Kinley May Thomas of Wolforth, Texas. Now we will have our Limousin cow-calf pair. We have one class, one entry. Entry 25 is Boss Lake Miss Molly, owned by Wiley Fanta from Starbuck, Minnesota.
Well, the Limousin cow-calf pair show is going to be pretty straightforward here. We just got one option, and it's a good option. I wish we had a lot more to compare it to. She would probably still dominate. This female is 18 model on her third calf. And she is, I mean, as soon as she hits the ring, you're impressed with her power, just the way she leads with her skull, her jaw, her forearm, her foot, just her size of bone, natural dimension and spread and power all the way back. But yet, I still think for a female at this stage of her life, to be that powerful, still comparatively wedges and flows very smooth from end to end. That's a tremendous female. I'd be real curious to study her pedigree and figure out where all that power came from. This red bull calf she's got on her side is a real nice complement to that cow's quality. This thing is really up-fronted and clean made, almost a little sleeker than his mother, and still got a tremendous amount of shape and correct in his structural build. Congratulations to you guys on being the champion Limousin cow-calf pair today.
And your grand champion Limousin cow-calf pair goes to entry 25, Boss Lake Miss Molly, owned by Wiley Fanta of Starbuck, Minnesota. We are going to take a quick picture break for our cow-calf pairs, and then we will be moving on to the Limflex bulls shortly.
Testing, testing.
All right, we are ready to move on. Oh, apparently not. All right, we are ready to go. We will now be starting with Class 14, bred and owned, Limflex bulls. Coming in the ring, we have entry 27. We actually have entry 26, KYNM Bruno, shown by Kinley Mae Thomas of Wolford, Texas. Next in, we have entry 27, WMGR Jax, shown by Tucker Wheeler of Marshfield, Missouri. Once again, this is class 14, the first class of our bred and owned Limflex Bull Show.
Well, while these two youngsters are bringing them around, I'll go ahead and start talking. And we're gonna leave them in the order that they're parked, and start the bigger bull between the pair. Both of them are December-born cattle. On paper, genetically, the one in second actually has more genetic strength for growth. In fact, he's really exceptional. He would rank right up there at the top of the population. But here physically, the bull of Kinley's is demonstrated quite a bit more performance, and there's just more length and stretch, and even when you get three-quarter shot, still more substance and dimension put together in that bull. And from the side, I like the fact that his neck ties a little higher off of his shoulder, and he connects up still stronger right behind it. And so really a nice entry that was on the side of that reserve pair here just a moment ago. Tucker, your bull calf, though, is really nice. You should be real proud of him. You're doing a great job, Tucker. This bull calf, I like his center body. I like his depth of rib. He looks like he's easy keeping, but like I said, genetically still has quite a bit of growth to him. He's a bull that I'd fit together just a nickel differently in terms of that neck or right behind his shoulder to rival the one that won. But in the big picture, that one's still awfully good and represents good cattle. Congratulations to you.
And results for class 14. First place goes to entry 26, KYNM Bruno, shown by Kinley Mae Thomas. Second place goes to entry 27, WMGR Jax, shown by Tucker Wheeler. Next in, we have a single entry class, 15. First in, we have entry 28, BRCW Jackson, shown by Brianna Wheeler of Marshfield, Missouri.
Well, this Red Bull here is really a nice single entry, smooth pulled, moderate in his frame score. Very correct in terms of his balance, correct in terms of his hip structure. I like the shape and definition to his stifle. One that reads very smooth and yeah, on paper he's got a good double-digit calving. He's direct. Would like to maybe see that bull just have a bit more genetic growth to him, maybe just stouten up his hind leg. But a lot of other value in this bull in terms of that smoothness of pattern and correctness of shape.
Results for Class 15, Entry 28, BRCW Jackson, shown by Brianna Wheeler of Marshfield, Missouri. Class 16 is another single entry class, Entry 29, TF Jameson, shown by Harper Torgensen of Artesian, South Dakota.
Harper brings us an October bull calf single entry here. Harper, your calf I think is real sound and correct in terms of his structure. A bull that's got good pin width and real good in his midrib and the way that he turns down into the base of his flank. I think a bull that looks like he's got a lot of just fleshing ability to him. He maybe gets a little soft right in behind his shoulder. I'd like to maybe improve him there just a bit, Harper. But you got an excellent entry. Congratulations to you on doing a great job.
Results for Class 16, first place, Entry 29, T.F. Jameson, shown by Harper Torgensen from Artesian, South Dakota. We will now have our Division I Limflex Bull Champion and Reserve Champion selection. First place out of Class 14, we have Entry 26, K.Y.N.M. Bruno, shown by Kinley May Thomas of Wolforth, Texas. Out of Class 15, we have Entry 28, BRCW Jackson, shown by Brianna Wheeler from Marshfield, Missouri. And out of Class 16, we have Entry 29, TF Jameson, shown by Harper Torgerson of Artesian, South Dakota. Second place, coming in from Class 14 is Entry 27, WMGR, shown by WMGR Jacks, shown by Tucker Wheeler of Marshfield, Missouri. Once again, this is your Division I Limflex Bull Champion and Reserve selection.
Well, congratulations to each and every one of y'all here. We got a nice little group of young bull calves that I think have a bright future to them. Out of that first class there, we had a nice pair of bulls, and the bull that won, he's just a power and performance bull. Like I said, he's not going to blow you away in terms of the diameter of his hind leg, but If you get him behind the cattle and just look at the natural spread to this bull, he's really good and correct, but yet really, really powerful. The most shapely, densest bull that's particularly the best right in behind his shoulder of the cattle that we've got out here. Still balances as good as any and very correct, and I like where he's at from a scrotal standpoint, and his numbers were very respectable as well. The red bull in the middle of the group, I like his smooth, balanced look. I like his shape. He's just very expressive. That bull as well maybe could intensify just a bit in terms of his structure, but from a conformation standpoint, there's a lot of things there that are right and in some regards match up like the bull I just talked. Mainly where I'd like to change that bull up is probably his EPD profile. He gets just a little bit weaker there as you study him across his growth values and his terminal index. Harper there is doing a good job, the little young lady from South Dakota there in the back end of the group. That bull, like I said, you'd like to repair him just a bit right in behind his shoulder in the way that he fits and connects. But as you get him behind him, he really is kind of deceivingly powerful. He's really long and correct and powerful in his pin bone. He's long and deep in the way that his lower quarter ties together, and he's soft and comfortable at the surface in terms of the way that he flexes and bends. And so I think that bull's got a lot of merit to him, and he's balanced there in terms of his genetics. So in this division then, in terms of the selection, our champion's going to come out of the very first class. Let's give this young lady here a round of applause. Yes, sir. Kind of make a circle and pull them in and stop them. Yep, make a little small circle and then profile them right there. Well, Tucker's bull there, that was second. He's got a lot of shape and thickness and body. That bull there, correct enough on his structure as well. Maybe like to just fit him together with a little bit more balance there down his top line and out of his front end. But I think the basics there are very good, and he's respectable in terms of his structure. I think it's a close decision. You could use any of the three bulls out here. The red bull in the middle is maybe a little better balance, but like I said, it is just quite a bit off the pace from a genetic standpoint. And so for me, as close as it is phenotypically, I think it comes down more so to the two black-hided cattle out here between Tucker and Harper in the back there. Between those two, it's a close call. Harper, your bull back there is one that gets just a little bit off there behind his shoulder, and like to see that shoulder maybe lay just a little bit smoother into the context of his rib cage. But I think that bull's got a good freedom of motion and is very thick, and so that's what makes it very close. So I think today we're going to stick with Harper's bull back there for our reserve champion. Let's give that little young lady there a nice round of applause.
Testing.
In your Division I, Limflex Bred and Owned Bull Champion comes out of Class 14. Entry 26, KY-NM Bruno, shown by Kinley Mae Thomas of Wolford, Texas. Your Division I Reserve Champion comes out of Class 16, Entry 29, TF Jameson, shown by Harper Torgensen, Artesian, South Dakota. Next in, we have Class 17. Both of these bulls are April 16th born. Entry 36 is Barry's Johnny Ringo, shown by Rowdy Berry of Port Orchard, Washington. And entry 35, Jasper 0421J, shown by Brandon Frazier of Alvord, Texas. Once again, this is Class 17.
These bulls are April cattle and immediately impressed with their quality and conformation. You got to like both of them and what they have the ability to potentially do as sires down the road. For me, the difference was structural soundness. The bull that leads the class, he's just got a more correct bend built into his hock going away. That bull is, I think, a little bit more respectable in terms of the point of his hock and how square he remains relative to the way that he's built and his width otherwise. This bull from the side is really good looking, but yet stout. This bull is high in his neck and smooth in the lay of his shoulder. I like the blend back to his upper forerib extremely well. I like the correctness of his top line, his hip length, and his tail head design, and the way that all fits together. I like how tight sheath he is as well, and scrotal-wise, plenty good enough and a little square in the way they descend versus the bull there in second. If I could change that bull anywhere, maybe make his ankle just a little bit bigger, maybe lay him back in his shoulder just a fraction, but that is an exceptional bull. And he's got a good set of balanced genetics that's above breed average in a lot of categories on paper. Rowdy, your bull here in second's actually the more powerful option. This guy is an absolute bear down his top. Super thick from stifle to stifle, a little more moderate, maybe a rib shorter. I like his body depth and kind, and I like the ruggedness of that bull. He probably reads just a fraction more masculine about his head and his jaw and his crest. I think the bull's got a decent set to his ankle. He just concerns me a little bit in terms of the angle to his hock, and then going away, he pushes out and pulls it in just a little bit more than what I would perceive as ideal. But a tremendous pair of bulls. Congratulations to both of you guys.
In results for Class 17, first place goes to entry 35, Jasper 0421J, shown by Brandon Frazier of Alvord, Texas. Second place goes to entry 36, Barry's Johnny Ringo, shown by Rowdy Berry of Port Orchard, Washington. If you're following in the program, the order is 2-1. Class 18 now entering the ring. We have entry 39, BRDG 50 Cent, shown by Brady Edge of West Branch, Iowa. Entry 40, CB Jack Daniels, shown by Sam Callahan of Centerview, Missouri. And entry 42, LFL Judson, shown by Tucker Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. These Limflex bulls were born March 2nd through March 24th. Once again, this is Class 18 in the ring.
Well, a really nice set of March bulls in this class, and all three of them are above breed average in their terminal index, and so I like that and commend them for that. And all three of them, as you just sit in the stands and take a glance at their profile, I think you're going to be impressed with the way they draw up. For me, the major differences were in motion, and then beyond that, just studying the numbers, they still rank out phenotypically the exact same way that I like them genetically. And so the bull that wins this group, I think he's awfully complete and problem-free in his kind, super flawless in his structure. He's versus the bull in second. He lands a little wider based, but yet square on the edge of his hoof. Up front, he's pushed back better in his shoulder, and from knee down, truer in the way that he's designed. That bull is just powerful. He's correct and symmetrical. No matter what angle you grab him from, that bull reads right. And he's big testicled. He's masculine. I just don't think the bull really has a hole in him. The bull that we've got in second, he's deadly here from the side. When you get him cocked off here, that bull's high tying in his neck. He's got that good body shape, and he wraps so good in terms of his side stifle, but yet is real level from hooks to pins, and so he draws me in. When we get him in motion, for me, he tends to twist him out just a bit up front, young man, and then I would like to extend him out of his hip. He wants to get just a little abbreviated there, maybe just a fraction higher in his tail head. And as I mentioned on the bull ahead of you, the bull in front of you just goes maybe a little more correct and wider and more genuine off of his rear feet. The bull that we have here in three, you talk about one that has got an awesome front end. This bull's high and neat in his throat line. This bull is long-sided, yet has really good depth for a bull with this kind of performance, and he's good in terms of his loin shape. When I watch that bull go away, young lady, he gets a little flatter through the base of his stifle relative to getting pretty wide and where he lands at the edge of his hock, and he just gets a little bit high and tight in his spine and maybe comes apart just a bit in terms of just his skeletal comfort. So really a nice class. Congratulations to you three on raising those.
And results from Class 18. First place goes to entry 42, LFL Judson, shown by Tucker Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. Second place goes to entry 39, BRDG 50 Cent, shown by Brady Edge of West Branch, Iowa. And third place, entry 40, CB Jack Daniels, shown by Sam Callahan of Centerview, Missouri. For those following along in the program, the order was 2, 3, 1. Now entering the ring is our class winners from Division 2. We will be selecting the Division 2 Limb Flex champion. From Class 17, we have entry number 35, Jasper, shown by Brandon Frazier of Alvord, Texas. From Class 18, we have entry 42, LFL Judson, shown by Tucker Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. Our second place in Class 17, entry 36, Barry's Johnny Ringo, shown by Rowdy Berry of Port Orchard, Washington. And from Class 18, entry 39, BRDG 50 Cent, shown by Brady Edge of West Branch, Iowa. Once again, this is Division 2 Limb Flex Bull Champion and Reserve Champion selection. Don't forget, if you have not signed up for public speaking, a time slot for public speaking, make sure you do that ASAP. And also remember, state groups and best pair will happen at the conclusion of the Bred and Owned Purebred Heifer Show today. Remember, state group and best pair, that selection will be at the end of the show today. These entries can be owned or bred and owned. They do not have to be fit. State group is 3 females owned by 3 different exhibitors, and best pair is 2 females exhibited by 1 owner.
Well, really an impressive division. My strongest compliments to you four guys on just a well of a set of bulls here, and represent this breed really well. Cattle that you can see just bring performance, bring natural power, but yet in a non-coarse way. All four of them, I think, are smooth. They're cattle that bring power without compromising kind of that type of a look of quality. As we study the two bulls closest to me for the decision, the bull Brandon that you have up front, he's one that's, man, he's a looker from the side. This guy, he wedges in so smooth in his shoulder. That bull blends back into his forerib so smooth. He's a little tighter in his sheath, and he's a bull that carries very balanced back to his flank. And so I think his lines and his balance are second to none. That's where I really like that bull. I like that bull in terms of the softness of his ankle. If I had to change that bull anywhere, if I get to the front of the cattle, Brandon, he reads maybe just a little more modest in the natural width and intensity of his skeleton. Even when you start him in his skull and you read him underneath through his chest and just the natural dimension to the center of his forerib. And then as you look at the cattle compositionally down their top and adjust them relative to condition, he maybe ends up second just a little bit in those categories versus the bull riding behind you. The bull that Tucker's got, that bull, I could watch that bull travel all day long. In terms of a hind leg, he may actually have a little extra set where aesthetically it's not just always as cool, but in terms of a bull that absolutely every time fills his tracks, if you got up close and look at their toe shape, reads just on the money in terms of his foot shape and goes so correct in the way he's put together in his shoulder, yet still has width of chest and squareness of knee, but lays it back into his body. Oh, so right. That's why that bull, that's where I just love him. And that bull down his top, he's a screamer. I mean, just out the backside of his shoulder, he's by some margin the best bull out here. And I think that bull condition-wise is a little bit leaner and a little more on target. He's probably bigger testicled as well. That bull has a little extra navel, perhaps, and he doesn't have any hair. But other than that, I think that bull's awfully good. Genetically, as I recall, the bull there out of that second class as well was probably a little more elite. So in terms of our division selection out here, we're going to go with the bull that Tucker's got here out of our second class. Let's congratulate him on a nice entry.
In your Division 2, bred known Limflex Bull Champion comes out of Class 18, entry 42, LFL Judson, shown by Tucker Parkinson of Levelland, Texas.
The bull that we had second in that class that has the wide up underneath his flank, that bull, as we've talked about, when we just position him on the standstill, man, he is one cocky dude that's right in his lines and yet has shape. As you get front and rear of him and watch him motion, that's where we like to square him up just a bit to be critical of a really good one. But I do like how strong he is from this angle. I'm going to keep the two class winners together. Brandon, your bull up front is going to be our reserve champion. Congratulations. Nice pair of cattle.
In your Division 2, reserve champion comes out of Class 17, entry 35, Jasper 0421J, shown by Brandon Frazier of Alvord, Texas. Now we're ready for Class 19. It's a single entry class. Entry 47, a January 10th bull, DLTM Joyster, shown by Dalton Miller of Trainer, Iowa. Once again, this is class number 19.
Well, this young man sure brings a good one to the table to win this division. He's the only bull in this division. He's a January the 10th. And just as he comes in and you get him to the side shot, immediately impressed with just how cocky he is up to his front end, how smooth everything blends. The way he comes back from a smooth front end into just a super round body and a big square back shape is really, really impressive. And that's probably where I like that bull the best. This bull wraps a big hind quarter from the side as well. And from a structure standpoint, for as powerful of a rig as he is, I think pretty impressive. If I had to change that bull anywhere, I guess I might lengthen his hip just a bit and maybe just increase his foot size. But that's an awfully good bull. You start studying that bull genetically, to be as powerful as he is and as cocky as he is in his look, you might note that bull's got a 16 calving ease direct, which is incredible and real solid in terms of his terminal data. So an exceptional entry. Congratulations to you on your division champ.
And your results for Class 19, also your Division III champion is entry 47 DLTM Joster, shown by Dalton Miller of Trainer, Iowa. Now we will have our selection of Grand Champion, Bred Gnome Limflex Bull, and Reserve. Coming in from Division 1, entry 26, KYNM Bruno, shown by Kenley Thomas of Wolforth, Texas. From Division 2, we have entry 42, LFL Judson, shown by Tucker Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. And from Division 3, we have entry 47, DLTM Joyster, shown by Dalton Miller of Trainer, Iowa. Our reserve champion from Division 1 was entry 29, TF Jameson, shown by Harper Torgensen of Artesian, South Dakota. And Division 2 reserve, entry 35, Jasper, shown by Brandon Frazier of Alvord, Texas. Once again, this is a selection of your Grand and Reserve Champion Limflex Bull.
All right. Well, hey, I got to start off first by just giving y'all your due because, sometimes on a little bred-known junior bull show, you don't know exactly what you're going to get. Man, we got a good show. There's not many, but guys, there's some bulls out here, in my own opinion, that need a tremendous amount of use. And it's more than just two. There's several bulls out here that, depending upon your need, your fit, have some parts and pieces that I think are absolutely exceptional and deserve some attention from some buyers for heavy use. And so I would invite you to get up, study the cattle, just as impressively, genetically speaking. I know y'all just got through with a genotype and performance show. And if we were to do the same here in the bull show, we'd have some strong cattle to brag about because the genetic side is even more important on the sire side. And these bulls have some tremendously progressive genetics and really across the board, but in certain areas to really nick and complement a lot of situations. This little first bull calf that Kinley May's leading out, that was on the side of that cow-calf pair in the previous show. Like I said, for his young age, that bull right there is really impressive. He's lean, but he's muscular and wide open. But yet, man, is he cool up to his front end and high in his neck attachment and good in his scrotal development for a young bull calf. He gives up some, I think, in terms of his hind leg in this race, and he probably genetically is third. But that's an awfully good bull. The two bulls in the back, this is a great contest and one that is worthy of talking about just a bit. The bull in the middle of Tucker's, this bull is one that if you stood off where I'm standing or look at him on camera here, I'm sure behind me, you might be drawn to the bull in the back just a little bit because it's tighter sheath. Maybe just little minor aesthetic things about the way that he blends is just a little bit neater and cooler. As you get up closer to the cattle, though, and you start studying balance, they're both balanced. What I like about the bull in the middle of the group is his foot quality. And obviously a tremendously highly heritable trait. One I just don't think we can budge on the sire side. And that bull's feet are exceptional. He's square. When we travel the cattle, he is probably the most comfortable bull in terms of stepping them forward and not pushing side to side. And I think partially compliments of where he's at from a composition and condition standpoint. He's really clean and honest and lean and looks like he's fat enough to be a good show bull out here, but not far off of where he needs to be to get out and work. And so I appreciate that. That bull down his top is incredible. He's really long and correct in his hip and super long and correct, but yet dense in the way that he ties from his hip to the stifle. He's a bigger testicle bull that's still younger in that pair as well. The bull that, Dalton, that you have back here, this is one cool dude, and he is going to grab a lot of people's attention, and he should. He's neat in his head. I don't know if he's quite as masculine as the bull in front of him, but he's really neat in his head shape. He's cresty in his neck, but neat in his throat. He's smooth in his shoulder, and he is absolutely robust in terms of his body. I love that blend. That from head to center body, that bull is really incredible and the best out here. This bull has got plenty of shape down his top. In fact, a lot of shape down his top. He's a bull that is no doubt sound and is no doubt functional. If I had to get real critical, like I said, to me, underneath the hair back there on his back leg, he reads just a shade more fragile, a little tighter in his ankle size, and maybe just a shade fatter and pushes just a little bit from side to side in terms of not wanting him to move any wider than what he does right now off both ends. But that's a really cool dude. Genetically, I talked about his 16 calving. He's direct. Genetically, the bull in the middle is the most progressive in terms of growth, but yet still balanced in the rest of his profile. So that's kind of what you have. Let's put our hands together, congratulate these exhibitors out here on an exceptional bull show, and we'll pick your champion.
And your grand champion, bred and owned Limflex bull, goes to entry 42, LFL Judson, shown by Tucker Parkinson of Levelland, Texas.
Yeah, that was a fun pair to evaluate. Again, that bull right there, to me, he wins on account of athleticism and correctness of hoof shape in this group. And, Brandon gets his bull back out here, and you talk about one balanced, incredibly high-quality animal here from the side. There is no question he's unequivocally that. Like I bragged about Dalton's bull and the neatness of his head, the flow of his shoulder, that bull has the same traits. Love this bull. Think he needs high use and a lot of attention. That bull's tight sheath, and he can travel really well. I'd like to just get in front of that bull and expand him. If we look between the bulls in contention and their composition and melted them down or said who's going to scan the biggest, he probably would end up giving up just a little bit, in my opinion, in that regard. But an incredible bull. Dalton, you're going to be my reserve champion today. That was a heck of a bull show. I'm majorly impressed. Congratulations to all of y'all.
And your reserve grand champion, Limflex Bull, goes to entry 47, DLTM Joyster, shown by Dalton Miller of Trainer, Iowa. Those of you that weren't grand and reserve, can y'all pause? We are going to pick a third overall. Katie, y'all come back in. Oh, he did select his third overall. It goes to entry 35, Jasper 0421J. Brandon Frazier of Alvord, Texas, will be your third overall. We are moving right along into bred and owned Limousin bulls. We will take a picture break after the bull show. First in, we have class 20, entry 51, BAIP Joker, shown by Paige Bear of Griswold, Iowa. Second in, we have entry 50, AR Jack Daniels, shown by Annie Rexwinkle of Coffeyville, Kansas. These are September 5th and 2nd bulls. Once again, this is class 20, Division 1 of bred and owned Limousin bulls.
Well, as these two young ladies bring them around, we're going to go ahead and talk them. We're going to leave them in the order they stand. In both bulls, I really like structurally. They've got a lot of longevity and built into the angles. They're correct in the slope to their pasterns. They bend good in their hock and take a long stride. Both of them really muscular. The bull in second is probably more expressive. I think the bull up front maybe just a little more complete from the side. He's just softer from heart to flank, a little smoother in the way that he blends together, and more correct in terms of his top line. And genetically, although both are pretty comparable in their weight per day of age, genetically brings forth a bit more direct growth. And the bull in second here, this is an awfully good bull. Like I said, super sound, super muscular, and very shapely, long and extended and correct. Maybe just a little tubular right now in terms of just his bottom line, but a bull calf that I know is young and juvenile. He'll get better in that regard. Still very balanced in terms of his genetics. A nice pair. Congratulations to both of y'all.
And your results for Class 20, which is also your division champion and reserve, is entry 51, BAIP Joker, shown by Paige Bear of Griswold, Iowa, and reserve division champion is entry 50, AR Jack Daniels, shown by Annie Rexwinkle of Coffeyville, Kansas. If you're following along in the program, Class 20 went 1-2. Next in, we start division, it is Division 2, single entry, Class 52, BTWH Jack Daniel, shown by Bradley Watt of Dayton, Texas.
Well, only bull in this division, this May 1st calf, really good. I like this guy a great deal. He's very correct in his feet and legs, super shapely and impressive down his top and dead level in his spine. He's tall fronted, but yet got a good slope to his shoulder, and yet pretty smooth in the look to his neck and his head, but masculine enough. Genetically, reads pretty balanced across the board as well and pretty problem-free. So a nice package here physically and genetically. Congratulations on our division winner.
And your Division 2 winner is entry 52, BTWH Jack Daniel, shown by Bradley White of Dayton, Texas. We have another single entry for Division 3, Class 22, entry 53, a March 20th Limousin bull, CB Jim Beam, shown by Sam Callahan, Centerview, Missouri. Once again, this is Class 22, along with Division 3.
Well, we follow that last single entry division up with another one. This is a March 20th. Sam, I like this bull from the side real well. As soon as he came into the ring, that guy feels his tracks every step, but he maintained his balance and motion and pulling to the standstill. And that guy, again, like the last bull, tall-fronted, yet really correct in his spine and correct from hooks to pins. And just really smooth in the way that he fits together. I'm sure there's going to be other bulls that perhaps he goes up against that have maybe just a shot more flank, but that bull, it reads really good from his midrib forward into his heart. Get him behind him. I really like the shape he's got. He's a bull that's expressive and very correct and not too fat. It's a good bull. Congratulations to you.
And your Division 3 champion is entry 53, CB Jim Beam, Sam Callahan, out of Centerview, Missouri. Now we will have our selection for Grand Champion, bred known Limousin Bull, Reserve Grand Champion, and third overall. Coming out of Division 1, we have entry 51, BAIP Joker, shown by Paige Bear of Griswold, Iowa. Division 2, We have entry 52, BTWH Jack Daniel, shown by Bradley White of Dayton, Texas. Division 3, we have entry 53, CB Jim Beam, shown by Sam Callahan of Centerview, Missouri. We also have reserve champion out of Division 1, entry 50, AR Jack Daniels, shown by Annie Rexwinkle of Coffeyville, Kansas. Once again, this is our grand champion Limousin bull selection, reserve selection, and third overall. After this selection, we will take a picture break before we begin our Limflex females. Please remember, tonight we have our sale of sales. Social hour will begin at 6 p.m. Sale begins at 7, and it is located at the Commercial Exhibits Hall. That is tonight, sale of sales, social hour at 6, sale at 7.
Well, here in our champion Limousin Bull division, we've got 4 really nice bulls that we got to look at. Out of that younger class there, September Bull, this guy's the hairiest and presented probably with the freshest look, but at the same time, that's an awfully good bull physically underneath those that hair. That bull, when you get him behind and up close to the cattle, he's probably the widest in the spread over his loin, but particularly the widest out of his pin bone and to the center of his stifle. That bull has as much reach and range of motion from the side as any of the cattle, and he's very long and high tying in terms of his neck set. He's still pretty green right now in his flank and heart, but I sure think that the shape and turn to his forerib is laid into him really correct, and he's honest down to the base of his chest and sternum, and he'll get there in time. If I had any complaints on that high-headed, high-quality, wide-made bull, he maybe pushes at his hock just a bit. I would like to square him up just a bit, but I think his lower feet are good, and like I said, from the side, he is the most athletic. Bradley's bull there in the middle, that bull's tall-fronted, dead level down his top, really good in terms of his rib and his loin shape. That bull could have maybe just a little more belly for me relative to his height. I'd like to widen his pin bone just a bit if I could, Bradley. That bull's really nice. He's a good bull, very smooth. Just need to open him up just a bit more right there out of his pin set. And then, Sam, your bull out of that March division, that bull is one that has a good rate of performance to him. I think he's accommodated with a little more body capacity than the bull right in front of you. And he's got a good progressive shape down his top and a little wider pin. That bull, he generally fills his step here off of this side of his hind leg, off of his left hind leg there. At times maybe reaches just a little shorter but that's a nice calf. Could push him back maybe just a little bit in his shoulder and hook him up just a fraction tighter there in behind it in terms of how his spine joins in, and then see him a little smoother on that back ankle. So maybe a combination of several minor things in him I'd like to maybe upgrade, but in the big picture, a high-quality, muscular, high-performing type bull. So I don't think this is straightforward, but in my opinion today, the bull that puts together the quality, the width that I'm after, and the athleticism that I'm after is actually going to be our youngest bull. So he's going to be our champion. Pull him out. Let's congratulate her.
And your grand champion, bred known Limousin bull, is entry 51 out of Division I BAIP Joker, shown by Paige Bear of Griswold, Iowa.
The reserve bull in that division, extremely expressive and as good as any in terms of length and longevity of step. That bull gets a little tubular and tighter made, just a little bulkier there at the base of his shoulder relative to that. But a nice bull. I'm going to use the bull out of the last division here to be our reserve champion. And then our third overall will be Bradley right here in the middle of the group. Let's give all of our bull showmen a big round of applause here on a great job today.
Reserve champion is entry 53 out of Division II CB Jim Beam, shown by Sam Callahan of Centerview, Missouri. Third overall is entry 52 BTWH Jack Daniel, shown by Bradley White of Dayton, Texas. That concludes our bull show. We will take a quick picture break and begin our Limflex female show shortly. Don't forget, while we take a break, make sure you go by and see the Lemmy Boosters silent auction basket raffles. Purchase your tickets for these baskets. The Lemmy Boosters are supported by 2 fundraisers each year, one of them being these baskets and the other the preferred seating. These funds provide scholarships to our juniors, grants to the state associations, and give a gift to exhibitors every year. So make sure you go support our Lemmy Boosters. The drawings for the baskets will be held on Thursday. All right, we are ready to move on to our Limflex females. We will now start our Bred Known Limflex female show. Starting with class 23, we have a single entry, number 55, a January 21st female, SDFR, Bugs Rhinestone. She is shown by Lainey Woodall of Pattonville, Texas. Once again, this is Division 1, Class 23.
Well, this little gal here looks like she just fell out of the womb, but she's a nice heifer. I like her feet and leg structure really well. She's got a good design to her hind leg and a good quality look up front. She's going to be a lot of fun to see how she grows out. Just needs some nutrition. Congratulations to you.
First place in Class 23, entry 55, SDFR, Bugs Rhinestone. Shown by Lainey Woodall of Pattonville, Texas. Next in, we have Class 24. These are November 2nd through November 20th, Limflex females. First in, we have entry 57, L7, Just One Look, shown by Memphis Peterson of Pequanna, South Dakota. We have entry 58, XKLX, Jayla, shown by Cole Lewis of Anderson, Missouri. Entry 59, TAYE, Jelly, shown by Taylor Elmore of Hominy, Oklahoma. Entry 60, BNTL Jack, shown by Bentley London of Collinsville, Texas. And entry 61, LFL Jocelyn, shown by Tucker Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. Once again, this is Class 24, Limflex females.
Well, a really nice group of November calves. There's just quality in all 5 of them. I thought when they hit the ring, this female that starts just set the standard in terms of just function and cow kind with a quality look. This female travels with a big step. She's a female that's got a little more growth and a little bit leaner look about her than the heifer there in second. She's more extended ahead of her shoulder. She comes back into her chest just a little bit neater and just has such a silhouette from the side. She's awfully, awfully good. I like that one a ton. She gets maybe just a little bit in at the point of her hock and sits just a little bit maybe soft at the backside of her foot, but that's an awfully, awfully good one. The heifer I've got here in second, to me just reads cow. This one here is second in the group in terms of weight per day of age, and just opens up with such a big body cavity. She's super sound off both ends. She's a little more fragile, maybe not quite as attractive in the set to her hind leg as the one that wins, and I like to just subtract just a bit of condition off of that one and tighten her just a little bit in terms of her skin. The heifer then that I've elected to put in 3. This one here is maybe just a little bit greener from heart to flank versus the top 2. But I'm telling you what, when this one gets set up from the side, she is really foxy up to her front end. I love how cute her head is. That female there, to me, has got the right type of shape. She just needs days to continue to mature and belly down to take a run at those top 2. I thought it was a tighter placing here between 4 and 5. Heifer in 4 is really muscular and shapely. She's a female that I think is pretty stout. I'd like to see that hind leg maybe just be picked up and move forward with a little bit more ease and effortlessness. That female, though, is really, really nice. This female here that I closed the class with, honestly, I could see in time this heifer working up. She's really got a cool look about her through her front 1/3. She's really round in her body. She's square pinned and got some dimension to her. I'd like to see her fit together a little differently in terms of the edge of her shoulder to her forerib. I like to hook her up a little stronger right in behind her blade and just lengthen her out just a bit from the side. But she's awfully good. That was a strong set of 5. My strongest compliments.
Results from Class 24. First place goes to entry 59, Tay Jelly, shown by Taylor Elmore of Hominy, Oklahoma. Second place goes to entry 61, LFL Jocelyn, shown by Tucker Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. Third place, entry 60, BNTL Jack, shown by Bentley London of Collinsville, Texas. Fourth place goes to entry 57, L7 Just One Look, shown by Memphis Peterson of Pequanna, South Dakota. And fifth place goes to entry 58, XKLX Jayla, shown by Cole Lewis of Anderson, Missouri. If you're following along in our program, Class 24, 4, 5, 1, 3, 2. Now entering the ring is Class 25, Limflex females, born October 19th through 25th. We have entry 62, BNTL Jill, shown by Bentley London of Collinsville, Texas. We have entry 63, PCOL Jackie, shown by Peyton Collum of Guthrie, Oklahoma. And entry 64, LDIL Jovi, shown by Ellie Dill of Marshfield, Missouri. Once again, this is Class 25, Limflex females, born October 19th through 25th. Helping out in our ring this afternoon, we have some of our junior board members and junior board candidates. We have Brady Edge, one of our board members from Iowa. We have Michaela Askey, a board member from Arizona. We have junior board candidates J.C. Smith from Arkansas and Lily Mitchell from Wisconsin.
These are 3 Octobers. this female that I started with, right now she's got the most performance, body, and width. And I think she needs to win today. And she's really well balanced. That being said, this is a much closer contest than maybe your first impression may lead on to be. I think this one in second is probably the truly most athletic and freest stepping heifer in the group. She gets out and just picks them up and moves them forward a little freer than that heifer that starts. But I don't think the one that starts is negative enough in that category to beat as good as she is everywhere else. But I really, really like that one there in second. I think she's got a bright future. She just needs a little time to fill out. The one we've got here in three, young lady, this heifer here she strikes me a little later mature. I think her best days are out in front of her. I do like her pattern quite well when she sits still. When we pull her in motion, she maybe brings their center spine up just a bit, maybe doesn't remain quite as comfortable in her look as she goes. But that one there is elevated up off the ground and extended. She's still got plenty of shape to her. It's an awfully nice female, good class.
Your results from Class 25. First place goes to entry 64, LDIL Jovi, shown by Ellie Deal of Marshfield, Missouri. Second place goes to entry 62, BNTL Jill, shown by Bentley London of Collinsville, Texas. Third place goes to entry 63, PCOL Jackie, shown by Peyton Collum of Guthrie, Oklahoma. In your program for Class 25, the order is 2, 3, 1. Next in, we have Class 26. This is females born September 3rd through September 17th. Entry 68 is PCOL Jessie, shown by Peyton Collum of Guthrie, Oklahoma. Entry 70 is 2T Jaybird, shown by Tyler Speck of Chehalis, Washington. And entry 71, TLRP Judas, shown by Taylor Post of Miami, Oklahoma. Once again, this is Class 26.
Well, a real competitive trio. The female I like to start, I just read as an individual to be the most flawless in her skeletal makeup. This one here just naturally, sets them with a really just easy, comfortable stance and in motion. She's, for me, just a little more put together in her top line most of the time versus the one there in second. I think she connects her neck a little higher off the top of her blade, and she's got such a fancy look of presence and femininity there up through her neck and her head. That female, when you get in behind her, she's not the widest at this point in the game. But again, just part for part, that's the one that suits me the best skeletally. That being said, it's a close contest because this one in second right here has a little more dimension to her. She's a female that has a great pattern and look from the side as well. When I start studying her rear ankle, I like it real well. She maybe hooks her neck just a fraction lower into the top of her shoulder. I think when she gets pulled into motion, I'd like to see that stay a little more collected and maybe just handle her hind leg just a shade more consistently, if you will, although very, very sound and functional, not calling her not. But just compared to the one that starts, I think the lay and the consistency in which that female that won the class used her hind leg was just a little bit more to the direction that I want him. The heifer that we've got here in 3, this one's been dancing around. She's going to make a great heifer, both in the show ring and in production. She's got a big middle to her. She's round and bold right there. I think she's pretty fancy out through her front end and level from hooks to pins. She may be at times, looks like she's got just a little bit more outward shape to her shoulder. Doesn't wedge it in maybe quite as neat as the two in front of her, but she's awfully good. From behind, I'd like to square her up at the point of her hock as she leaves you. But that's a nice set of females. Again, we've had nothing but really good cattle so far.
And your results for Class 26. First place goes to entry 70, 2T Jaybird, shown by Tyler Speck of Chehalis, Washington. Second place, entry 68, PCOL Jesse, shown by Peyton Collum of Guthrie, Oklahoma. And third place, entry 71, TLRP Judas, shown by Taylor Post of Miami, Oklahoma. If you're following along in the program, Class 26 order was 2, 1, 3. Now we have our class winners for Division 1 coming in to select our Division 1 Limflex Champion and Reserve Champion. From Class 23, we have entry 55, SDFR Bugs Rhinestone, shown by Lainey Woodall. From Class 24, we have entry 59, TAYE Jelly, shown by Taylor Elmore. And from Class 25, we have entry 64, LDIL Jovi, shown by Ellie Deal. And from Class 26, entry number 70, 2T Jaybird, shown by Tyler Speck. Second place coming in from Class 24 is entry 61, LFL Jocelyn, shown by Tucker Parkinson. Entry 62, BNTL Jill, shown by Bentley London. Entry 68, PCOL Jesse, shown by Peyton Collum. Once again, this is your Division 1 Champion and Reserve selection. For those that weren't here earlier, I'd like to introduce our judge, Dr. Ryan Ratham, who's an associate professor and holder of the John W. and Doris Jones Endowed Professorship in the Department of Animal and Food Sciences at Texas Tech University. Dr. Ratham is the all-time winningest coach in the collegiate history, having coached 9 national champion collegiate livestock judging teams. 3 of those were at Texas A&M and 6 at Texas Tech. He coached 5 national champion meat animal evaluation teams. He has judged local, state, and national junior and open cattle shows in more than 35 states and internationally. He conducts research in beef cattle nutrition and teaches courses in cow-calf management, animal breeding, and genetics, artificial insemination, and livestock carcass evaluation. Dr. Ratham is married to Kayla Coles Ratham, and they have 2 daughters, Kinley and Carly. Together they operate RK Cattle, a Red Angus seed stock operation, and the girls show Red Angus and Charolais heifers Angus steers, and Dorper sheep. Please help me welcome Dr. Ryan Ratham.
Thank you. This is a really nice division. That first little heifer calf, well, she's pretty sporty. She just doesn't weigh much at this point in the game. As we look into that second class, she's a November. That one's built phenomenal. She's incredibly good looking from the side and right on target, I think, in terms of her size and just where she's at from a rib cage standpoint. I like that one a great deal. And then the hairy, deeper black heifer there out of the third class, the October class. That one, I don't know that she equals the one in front of her from a structure standpoint or the one behind her, but she's not far off the mark, and she's super cowy, super wide, super performance-oriented, and still, I would say, way above average in terms of look and quality. And then the last heifer, you know, she, as the September, the oldest heifer out here, but she would, if we put them on a scale and measured weight per day of age, she would easily end up, second in that category. She gives up a little bit of width from behind, but her skeleton is right on target, just the way I like them. And so there's a lot to love about that one. For me, my champion selection is going to be the November heifer. Let's congratulate that young lady right there and bring the second forward. Nice job. The second place heifer is really cowy and just good middle and easy keeping and sound. She's maybe got just a little extra skin, and I'd like to tone her back just a bit around her tail head, but she's certainly the kind that I'm sure many are striving for to have a lot of in terms of one that'll be real low maintenance, but yet still bring quality to the table. She does that well. So I thought it was a closer contest at this point in time. I'm going to go ahead and use the yellow tagged heifer here, that October class, to follow for reserve.
And your Division I Limflex champion comes out of Class 24, entry 59, TAYE Jelly, owned by Taylor Elmore of Hominy, Oklahoma. And your Division I Reserve champion comes out of Class 25, entry 64, LDIL Jovi, shown by Ellie Deal of Marshfield, Missouri. Next in, we will have Class 27. Class 27 is June 9th and June 12th females. Entry 73 is AHBF Baby Margarita, shown by Alita Byers of Jonesboro, Tennessee. And entry 74 BKBM Jolene, shown by Baron Mitchell of Wellington, Texas. Once again, this is Class 27 in the ring.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and talk them. Both of you young kids are doing a good job, okay? Sometimes your cattle don't cooperate, and that's okay. I appreciate, Barry, you keeping your head up. And I know you were angry there a second ago just because you got away, but more than anything, you just want to do a good job, and I appreciate your heart and your toughness out here. Leah is a young lady up front. She's 8 years old. Even though she's 8, she named her heifer Baby Margarita. But she seems like she's got a lot of spice. This young lady is going to have your class winner, a heifer that's just a little more docile. I like her attitude, and this young lady does a good job complimenting her. This is a big-bodied, wide-ended cow. She's maybe not the prettiest or the flashiest up to her front one-third, but I like the cow kind that this one is. And so, Leah, congratulations to you, young lady, on Margarita there. The young man back here in second, Barry, you're going to have your day with this heifer. She's obviously got a lot of real estate out here and probably needs more company just to stay quiet, and that's probably the largest problem. So don't worry about it. Shake it off, and that's your body language communicates that that's what you're doing. So I appreciate you. Your heifer's probably got a little fancier look up to her front end. She's a heifer that is pretty big middled. I like to see her maybe just a little bit bigger in terms of her bone size and push her back a little bit in her shoulder shape. But an awesome heifer. If she maybe would cooperate just a little bit better, then we could sure evaluate that pair and maybe see how it needs to go a little bit different. But today, you're going to be second, okay? Congratulations to both of you. Let's give those two kiddos a big round of applause.
And your results for Class 27. First place goes to entry 73 AFBF Baby Margarita, shown by Aaliyah Byers of Jonesboro, Tennessee. Second place, entry 74 BKBM Jolene, shown by Baron Mitchell of Wellington, Texas. In your program, the order is 1-2 for Class 27. Next in, we have Class 28. Class 28 is April 1st through April 24th, females. We have entry 77, TAYE J-Lo, shown by Taylor Elmore of Hominy, Oklahoma. Entry 78 is Richardson's Jazziness, shown by McKenna Richardson of Eureka, Kansas. We have entry 80, LFL Jelly Bean, shown by Colt Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. And entry 82, RCC Just Wait, shown by Corbin Robbins of Chattanooga, Oklahoma. Once again, this is Class 28 of your bred-known Limflex females.
Well, a tremendous class of April females. All four of them are going to make outstanding cows in production, and they look the part out here in the ring. For me, though, it's a pretty logical class. I think you got a strong winner, two really good ones to follow up. They have a little bit of trade-off, and then old Jelly Bean down there is not holding the still, cooperating quite as well as I'm sure Colt would like, but she's still going to make a nice cow. This female that starts, she's just the leader right at the ground in terms of just how big her paws are, how big her legs are, how stout-ended she is, and naturally dimensional all the way through, but yet she flows and blends with the right kind of shapes to still proportion here from the side. The one in behind her is a little more feminine in her head, but I like how stout-headed this female is. I still think that's an awfully maternal-looking type of female, even though, let's say, power is her claim. This one, Corbin, that you've got, she has less hair. I can identify with that, but this female is one that I like her leanness versus the Taylor's heifer there in third. I like her height of neck and just the way she extends and her body length. I like her length of hip maybe just a little bit better. Both of them get a little up in their loin. I still think that female that you've got right there is pushed back more correct, and the slope to her shoulder and the bend to her hock. She just needs to, like I said, to rival that top one, she's going to have to relax a little bit more in her center spine and maybe just be a little more outward turning in terms of her forerib to challenge that one in my book. This one here that you got, Taylor, in 3, this one's deep. She's smooth. She's maybe just a shade fatter. I'd like to peel a little bit of that white tissue off of her. I like to free her up out of her shoulder, and I think leaning her up would certainly add to that. And then just stouten her up just a bit in terms of her bone work and foot size. Colt, you got your hands full there. It's a nice heifer, moderate in her size, bold in her body, square in her pin bone. Needs to be brought down in her rear rib and flank to better balance with her chest today.
The results for Class 28. First place goes to entry 78, Richardson's Jazziness, shown by McKenna Richardson of Eureka, Kansas. Second place goes to entry 82, RCC Just Wait, shown by Corbin Robbins of Chattanooga, Oklahoma. Third place goes to entry 77, TAYE J-Lo, shown by Taylor Elmore of Hominy, Oklahoma. And fourth place goes to entry 80, LFL Jelly Bean, shown by Colt Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. If you're following along in the program, the order from Class 28 is 3142. Now entering, we have Class 29. Class 29 is March 1st through March 27th. Limflex females. Entry 84, CHAC, Lovely Jade, shown by Logan Joseph Sashry of Dayton, Texas. Entry 85, CB, Jealous Much, shown by Sam Callahan of Centerview, Missouri. Entry 87, ALYN, Jewel, shown by Ashlyn Osner of Kersey, Colorado. Entry 89, JCRW, Journey, shown by John Crawford, Big Pool, Maryland. And entry 90, RYMO, Crowning Day, shown by Riley Morris of Walnut Grove, Missouri. Once again, this is Class 29, females born March 1st through March 27th.
What a great class, good set of showmen here that are very seasoned. And I think as you look at them from top to bottom, you got a lot of differences in type and kind, and so depending on what type of cattle you like, I could see you're emphasizing different things. For me, the heifer that needs to start is this big heifer up front. As you look to the little gal right behind her, we may have 2 or 3 frame score differences between first and second, but I just think those are the best 2 out here. The heifer that starts, she's just really powerful, real performance-oriented, real long-bodied. She's a female that as she stands still, I would like to lower her tail head just a bit, but that female still, I think, fits together with a very attractive type of a look and a good silhouette to her hind leg. Put her in motion, and I call her plenty adequate enough. I do think she could bend maybe just a fraction more there out of her hock. I'd actually give that advantage to your heifer, John, in second. That one there is as comfortable off both ends as any of the cattle in this group. She is good in terms of her body. That female is a little bit towards the small side, and you know that. But you know, as a guy in Texas that's in the middle of a drought, I appreciate a smaller female. But probably here in the show ring, she's a little bit too close to the edge in terms of her size and performance to give her much more credit. But that's a good moving female that certainly in a lot of environments would work well. Riley, your heifer here in 3 is a little stronger in her spine. Very collected in her lines. I think she balances and proportions well, and she wedges really smooth at the edge of her shoulder, and I appreciate that about her. For me, I'd like to intensify her hind leg. She gets maybe just a little fragile down there in terms of ankle size, and then just with that, maybe get her out and just see her move it forward with just a shot more athleticism, and maybe lean her up just a touch in her chest and to the top of her neck. Very minor holes, but an awfully good one in terms of cow kind. Sam, your heifer that we've got next, she is really good in her line. She's more in line with the first one in terms of getting closer to her frame score-wise. She's a little bigger than those other 2, and I value that about her. With that, she's maybe a little bit straighter in her shoulder shape, a little straighter there in the design and assembly of her hock, and that's where I would change that one up to move her up the lineup. Logan's doing an awesome job. This big red heifer, she is from shoulder back without question, obviously, tremendously robust and powerful and the kind that we need to raise great bulls. You just have to make a call on where you want to be to the front half of their body, and you know she opens up a little bit more than I'd like to see. And she is a little bit of a hard fit in here, Logan, simply because she just really doesn't match anything else. And so it's from just an organization, from a class logic standpoint, is a bit of the reason why she ends up at the end of the lineup, even though I certainly see the good in that one, and I think she's got a lot of promise as a cow.
And the results for Class 29. First place goes to entry 87, ALYN Jewel, shown by Ashlyn Oshner of Kersey, Colorado. Second place goes to entry 89, JCRW Journey, shown by John Crawford of Big Pool, Maryland. Third place goes to entry 90, RYMO Crowning Day, shown by Riley Morris of Walnut Grove, Missouri. Fourth place goes to entry 85, CB Jealous Much, shown by Sam Callahan of Centerview, Missouri. And fifth place goes to entry 84, CHAC Lovely Jade, shown by Logan Zashry of Dayton, Texas. If you're following in your program, Class 29, the order was 5, 4, 1, 2, 3. Now we have our class winners of Division 2 for the Division 2 Champion and Reserve Champion selection. Out of Class 27, we have entry 73, AHBF Baby Margarita, shown by Aaliyah Byers of Jonesboro, Tennessee. From Class 28, we have entry 78, Richardson's Jazziness, shown by McKenna Richardson, Eureka, Kansas. Let go. And entry 29, we have Class 29, we have entry 87, ALYN Jewel, shown by Ashlyn Oshner of Kersey, Colorado. Second place in these Division II class, we have entry 74, BKBM Jolene, shown by Baron Mitchell of Wellington, Texas. We have entry 82, RCC Just Wait, shown by Corbin Robbins of Chattanooga, Oklahoma. And we have entry 89, JCRW Journey, shown by John Crawford of Big Pool, Maryland. Once again, this is your Division II champion and reserve champion selection.
All right, we'll go ahead and get her done here. Leah came in that first class, her and Barry, the gentleman over here in the football scrimmage. And that was a nice pair of heifers. They were both cowy, sorted them on disposition, and Leah won that contest. So that's a nice female, Leah, and you ought to be proud of your heifer. As we step back into the next two classes, those two heifers for me out of the three classes are probably the two that best match each other from a kind standpoint. For a set of Limflex females, they're both really, really powerful, and it's probably mainly from a feature standpoint. They're both just stout-headed, stout-jawed, big-armed, stout-footed cattle, and I like that about them. Between the pair, McKenna, your heifer probably does blend her top line, particularly because of her tail head, a little smoother, and I think she's got a little bit more slope to her shoulder and her hock on a comparative basis. Ashlyn, your heifer has got more total weight per day of age, more total birdiness in terms of the curvature of her forerib and the depth of her midrib in that pair comparatively. And so that makes it a close contest in my opinion. Just in terms of the way they struck me, all things aside, how they strike me as soon as they come in the ring, the heifer that struck me is maybe just a little more problem-free and just a little bit more on target in terms of her frame and her structural angles was the heifer out of the middle class. So, McKenna, you're going to be our champion. There was a really nice heifer behind that one there that Corbin had that's long and extended and fancy. I'd like to level her out just a bit in terms of how she handles her spine. I thought this was an awfully close contest between these two gals that won those last two classes. Ashlyn, you'll have our reserve champion here. Great pair of cattle, awesome division. Let's give those kids a big round of applause for working so hard.
And your Division II Limflex champion comes out of class 28, entry 78, Richardson's Jazziness, shown by McKenna Richardson of Eureka, Kansas. And your Division II reserve champion comes out of class 29, entry 87, ALYN Jewel, shown by Ashlyn Oshner of Kersey, Colorado. Next in, we have class 30. Class 30 is January 20 to January 30th females. We have entry 97, DJ J-Lo, shown by Rowdy Berry of Port Orchard, Washington. Entry 98, J6 Dolly, shown by Ben Spencer of Gibbons, Nebraska. And entry 99, TGTG Jolene, shown by Tristan Galata of Independence, Louisiana. Once again, this is class number 30, January 20th through January 30th, females.
Well, this is a January class. 3 outstanding cattle. I'm telling you, not just saying that. These cattle are good on their feet. I know they've got some differences in presentation and hair coat, but just going through that, looking at their skeleton, all 3 are very good. There's obvious differences in substance and mass. Rowdy, your heifer that wins the group. This one here is from a show heifer standpoint, just really cool to look at. She's so long ahead of her shoulder, but yet still moderate in her size, long-bodied, super long from hooks to pins, got an attractive hind leg that she can really use. She really pushes it forward with a lot of reach. When she is in motion, at times you'd like to maybe just strengthen her from the top of her blade to her pin bone. She maybe gets just a little relaxed there in those areas, but that's an awfully nice one. This young man here from Louisiana in second has got an awfully good female. I know she's slick-haired and should be for that environment. I would probably like to lean her up just a bit, but there's really not much wrong with her after that. If you just study that female and say, okay, I get she's a little plainer. She's not as fresh as that one that starts. But, man, she's square in her corners. She's big in her body cavity. She's correct in her proportions, and she's very good from hooks to pins. And so my compliments on a really outstanding heifer. That's very complete. And, Ben, your heifer here that closes, I like this one real good. She's just maybe a little outsized. And then with that, she's a little bolder in terms of the outline of her shoulder. Maybe not quite as just unique or as sexy through her front end, but that one there is good on her feet and legs and very expressive in terms of her muscle pattern. That one there will make a nice cow. Really a good set.
And your results from Class 30, first place goes to entry 97, DJ J-Lo, shown by Rowdy Berry of Port Orchard, Washington. Second place goes to entry 99, TGTG Jolene, shown by Tristan Galata of Independence, Louisiana. And third place, entry 98, J6 Dolly, shown by Ben Spencer of Gibbon, Nebraska. If you're following along in the program, Class 30 was 1, 3, 2. Next in, we have Class 31. These are September 6th and 7th females. Entry 104, T2 Hosta, shown by Tyler Speck of Chehalis, Washington. And entry 106, DJ Heartstopper, shown by Rowdy Berry of Port Orchard, Washington. Once again, this is Class 31.
Well, I joked with these two young men. They came all the way from Washington to the state of Texas just to show against each other. But these two guys are doing a well of a job. These are two heifers that I think if you tried to split a lot of differences between them, you'd end up lying because they're way more similar than they are different. They're both big-bodied cattle. They're both comparable from a frame standpoint and length standpoint. These females are awfully good. I'm going to use the heifer that the little man has up front. This heifer for me is just maybe a shot bolder, maybe a shot wider as you move in behind him. And I personally think that she's a little bit more correct just in terms of the way that she positions her front feet from knee down. The heifer I've got in second, though, just smooth, big rib, super maternal. I like the shape to her hind leg here from the side. It's not the biggest at her ankle, but she's got a good, comfortable set to it. That's an awfully good cow. Nice pair of cattle between you two guys.
The results for Class 31. First place goes to entry 106, DJ Heartstopper, shown by Rowdy Berry of Port Orchard, Washington. And second place goes to entry 104, 2T Hosta, shown by Tyler Speck of Chehalis, Washington. If you're following along in the program, the order was 2-1. Now we will have our Division III class winners and second place come in for Division III Limflex Champion and Reserve Champion selection. From Class 30, we have entry 97, DJ J-Lo, shown by Rowdy Berry of Port Orchard, Washington. Class 31, entry 106, DJ Heartstopper, another Rowdy Berry, Port Orchard, Washington. From Class 30, second place, entry 99, TGTG Tristan Galata, or TGTG Jolene, shown by Tristan Galata of Independence, Louisiana. And from Class 31, entry 104, 2T Hosta, shown by Tyler Speck of Chehalis, Washington. Once again, this is your Division III Limflex Champion and Reserve selection.
Rowdy, I think at this point in the game, your odds are pretty good here. He's got both class winners. This young man sure led some nice cattle in the ring from the Northwest. This heifer here, she's picked an opportune time as I talk about her to pee, but Rowdy, this heifer is fresh. She's long and extended, and I love the reach and natural athleticism that you've got on that one. The one behind her, a little bigger, maybe even a little just more total mass and width to her. I think the one that you're leading, I think you chose right, is just a little bit leaner and cleaner in terms of just the presentation of her neck and her front 1/3, and I think she's got more reach and range of motion. She'll be our champion right up here. Let's give Rowdy a nice round of applause on his division champion. Tristan back there has a really nice heifer, as I commented. That doesn't have any hair, and she is a little chuffier in a few areas. The unfortunate thing about not having as much hair from a show heifer standpoint is then you also have to have a little less fat just to look fresh, and so it kind of disadvantages you twice. But that is a really fundamentally square, good-made female, and I do like her well. I'd stretch her in her hip, maybe pull her tail head back in her just a bit. I'm going to use both class winners. Rowdy, your other class winner here, though, is going to be my choice for reserve champion. Congratulations on sweeping the division.
And your Division III Limflex champion is out of Class 30, entry 97, DJ J-Lo, owned and shown by Rowdy Berry. Your Division III Limflex Reserve is out of Class 31, DJ Heartstopper, also owned by Rowdy Berry, Port Orchard, Washington. Now we will have our grand champion, bred and owned Limflex female selection, reserve, and third overall. After this selection, we will take a quick picture break. Your Division I champion was out of Class 24, entry 59, TAYE Jelly, shown by Taylor Elmore of Hominy, Oklahoma. Division II was out of Class 28, entry 78, Richardson's Jazziness, shown by McKenna Richardson of Eureka, Kansas. Your Division III champion was out of Class 30, entry 97, DJ J-Lo, Rowdy Berry from Port Orchard, Washington. Your reserve champions of each division. From Division I, we had Class 25, entry 64, LDIL, Jovi, shown by Ellie Deal of Marshfield, Missouri. Your Division II Reserve Champion was out of Class 29, entry 87, ALYN Jewel, shown by Ashlyn Oshner of Kersey, Colorado. And your Division III was out of Class 31, entry 106, DJ Heartstopper, owned by Rowdy Berry of Port Orchard, Washington. Once again, this is your bred and owned Limflex Female Grand Champion Drive. We will be picking a Grand, Reserved, and third overall.
All right. Hey, big round of applause. If y'all don't mind, let's make a little noise for these bred and owned exhibitors. Like I said, I know y'all got a bigger show on Thursday, but the bred and owned division just something obviously to take immense pride in, and I commend y'all strongly on the level of quality that I've seen today, not just here, but also in that bull show earlier. Y'all are doing the right things, paying attention to breeding and mating decisions, and ensure creating some awfully good stock. Out here for your champion selection, I'm real pleased with all three of them, and I think y'all should be real proud, regardless if you're the champ or not. Taylor's heifer out of that first group is kind of behaving like the young one out here right now, but that one there is way, way good. Her natural comfort, her natural femininity, her natural maternal image from the side, I think is as good as any. I would like to just square her up just a bit going away. She gets a little soft in terms of just how flat she gets to the backside of her heel there and brings the point of that hock in. But in terms of making them maternal, and that one there is as good as they get. She's very, very nice, Taylor. This heifer out of the middle division that McKenna's got, that one is cooperating well, and she's well fit. That one is balanced from every angle, in my opinion. She is not extreme. But she is just well put together and still progressive in terms of her stoutness, her width. I like the way her bone and her foot size match her silhouette. I think that complements her quite a bit, and I like her strength of spine. Just an awfully good female. She's stout-headed. I would imagine you're going to get a few people that tell you that her head needs to be just a little more refined. I personally kind of like her head in my part of the world. Just a female that looks like she would hold together a little bit better. I don't want to make them too frail. Rowdy's heifer there in the back end, that one's beautiful up through her front 1/3. Awesome in terms of body, and has a good reach and range of motion. Rowdy, my biggest complaint on her would just be at times She's maybe a little off just in terms of the organization of her lines, just in terms of holding them dead level, if you will, if that's important. And it's got to be lower on the list because it's just aesthetics. But yet still at this moment in this decision certainly does still play a factor. So, Rowdy, you're doing a good job. Certainly led some good cattle in here. In terms of our champion selection today, again, all three of them are deserving. I'm going to go ahead and go with the heifer out of that middle division here. Let's give this young lady here a big round of applause.
And your grand champion, bred-known Limflex female, comes out of Division II, entry 78, Richardson's Jazziness, owned by McKenna Richardson of Eureka, Kansas.
This heifer that was reserved behind her, as I commented, the other kind of stout-made, powerful rig in that division, and she, in terms of cattleman's traits of weight per day of age and performance, and also just muscularity and stoutness, which obviously we need to advocate for this population. You've got to maintain that strength if you're going to maintain your identity in the bull market. You don't want to make them flat-made Angus-looking cattle, if you will. I think you've got to keep that in mind, and I like that about that female. She balances well. If I have reservations about her, it's exactly where she's at from just a structural freedom standpoint. We get that extra height sometimes by pushing their blade just a nickel more forward, and that's where I like to lay her back just a fraction. And I'm not trying to be critical of her, but that's just kind of the way that I see her. So, awesome lineup. I like this heifer out of that first division just way too much. She's going to be my reserve pick at this point.
And your reserve grand champion comes out of Division number 1, entry 59, TAYE Jelly, owned by Taylor Elmore of Hominy, Oklahoma.
Now we are picking third, right? Okay. All right, so third overall, again, gets very close. It's a good effort that came in the lineup, big-bodied and square and strong top. She's awfully nice as well. Again, another close contest, and it's just personal preference. I think you have the trade-offs here between a heifer that probably organizes herself a little stronger and more collected and a shot more powerful in her feature versus Rowdy's heifer that has just a little bit more bend to her, but also gets a little bit piecey at times. And so it's just personal preference. I thought in that division these two heifers were quite a bit the same. I know I split them with that little heifer, but that's going to be my third overall pick right here of Ashland's. Congratulations to y'all.
Third overall, bred and owned Limflex female, comes out of Division II, entry 87, ALYN Jewel, shown by Ashland Ostner of Kersey, Colorado. We are taking a picture break before we start our Limousin bred and owned. Also, while we're taking this break, go over to the wagon and get you some watermelon. Texas Limousin Association wanted me to announce that watermelon is being served by the wagon. Get you some watermelon, go by and look at the Lemmy Boosters state baskets, purchase some tickets, go take a walk through the hall, look at our vendors while we are on a short picture break. By the way, the watermelon over by the wagon is sponsored by Wilder Family Limousine. Go enjoy some watermelon at the wagon, sponsored by the Wilders. I believe we're ready to move on to the Own Limousin Female Show. For Division 1, Own Limousin Females, we will start with Class 32, a December 4th female, PC Journey, shown by Tucker Parkinson of Levelland, Texas.
Well, I don't know how many purebred females that we'll have, but this one starts the show off right. This one here is just immediately high quality and square on all corners and real dimensional and true and genuine in her turns, but yet she just balances. Just one that's just balanced from every angle and a good sign of good livestock, and that she is. Congratulations on a good start to our show.
And results for Class 32, first place goes to entry 109, PC Journey, shown by Tucker Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. Next is Class 33, another single entry. We have entry 110, a November 4th female, LLKT Jazzy, shown by Nicole Keaton of Wolforth, Texas. Once again, this is Class 33.
Well, second verse, same song here. This is an outstanding class winner, young November heifer. Not the biggest in the world, but all there in terms of quality and correctness. Just draws up with such a magnificent silhouette, and yet she's still got some true dimension and shape through the core of her stifle, and good legged. Congratulations, awesome heifer calf.
Results for Class 33. First place goes to entry 110, LLKT Jazzy, shown by Nikki Keaton of Wolforth, Texas. Now entering the ring, we have Class 34. Class 34 is October 2nd through October 19th, purebred females. We have entry 144, TV Izzy, shown by Timber Vermillion of Kincaid, Kansas. Entry 111, Barry's June Carter, shown by Radley Barry of Port Orchard, Washington. And entry 113, LFL Jezebel, shown by Colt Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. State advisors, please don't forget to turn in your nominations for the Dick O'Brien Memorial Junior Herdsman Award. Remember, these are due to the office by noon on Wednesday. State advisors, don't forget to get that nomination turned in.
Here in this fall calf class. This is a nice trio, very close decision between the top two. For me, the heifer up front, just a bit more organized in terms of her spine. When we get the cattle in motion or when we lead them, it's just a little leveler, more correct from hooks to pins, and just a bit more balanced and deeper from her heart back to her flank. And I still think that female is laid back a little more correct in terms of the natural angles of her skeleton. She's certainly on the moderate side of the equation, and so if you call her a little too moderate, I could understand and like to upgrade her just a bit in terms of the size of her feature, her back leg. Radley, your heifer's got that extra height and frame and extension and stretch, and I like that about her. She's still plenty thick when you move in behind her. I'd like to just slow her down just a bit. I like to lay her back, the angle of her shoulder and her hock just a bit. The heifer we have here in 3, she's a little greener than the other 2, young lady, but this female's got a good shape about her. She's really dimensional out of her hip. She's got a good definition to her stifle. A female that's just going to need a little more time to belly up to match those 2 in front of you, and hopefully she will down the road. Congratulations on a nice class.
Your results for Class 34. First place goes to entry 113, LFL Jezebel, shown by Colt Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. Second place goes to entry 111, Barry's June Carter, shown by Radley Berry of Port Orchard, Washington. And third place goes to entry 144, TV Izzy, shown by Timber Vermillion of Kincaid, Kansas. If you're following along in our program, the order was 3, 2, 1. Next in, we have Class 35. 35 is September 5th through September 9th, females. We have entry 114, LLKT Juliana, shown by Cole Keaton of Wolforth, Texas. Entry 116, AR Java, shown by Annie Rexwinkle of Coffeyville, Kansas. And entry 117, BAIP Juliet, shown by Paige Bayer of Griswold, Iowa. Once again, this is Class 35. Helping out in the ring this show, we have our junior board president, Shelby Hubbard from Oklahoma, our ex officio, Clayton Shoey from Missouri. We have board candidates, Riley Morris from Missouri, and Eliza Truell from Oklahoma.
Well, it's a skinny class, a class that for their ages probably need to be maybe just a little further down the road in terms of weight per day of age, but certainly rather have them maybe just a little skinnier than a little too accelerated. And so that's perfectly fine from a development standpoint. I think you really got to just step back and judge each one at a time. And that's where I arrive at this one that starts. She's not comparatively the widest, but just comparatively she is just the most attractive, the best in her design, very, very good in her feet and legs. She's a female that has the right design. She just needs time is the way that I read her. And I'd like to fill her out just a little wider as she gets that time to just validate that she's as good as I think she is. But I think she's an awfully intriguing heifer. The one in second here has a bit bigger hind leg and a stouter pin bone. At times I read her equally as flexible. At other times she maybe shuffles her hind leg a bit, but she's not cooperating the best. Mainly she just gets a little loose in her top line, just doesn't hold herself together quite as effectively. I'd like to lay the edge of her shoulder a little bit neater against her body. Then the brown tinged heifer, I think you could certainly make an argument for her to start the class. Her design of her hind leg is on target. She's got a little more belly and a little more weight than the other two cattle in this group. At the same time, she's a little plainer through her front 1/3 and just a little less feminine in concert with being a little more expressive. And so I'm not saying muscle expression is a bad thing, just in total the impression that she gives you initially, you have to make a decision on her and where you feel about her from just a refinement and femininity standpoint in terms of putting her first or putting her third. But a good set of cattle.
And your results from Class 35. First place goes to entry 114, LLKT Juliana, shown by Cole Keaton of Wolforth, Texas. Second place goes to entry 117, BAIP Juliet, shown by Paige Bayer from Griswold, Iowa. And third place goes to entry 116, AR Java, shown by Annie Rexwinkle of Coffeyville, Kansas. If you're following in the program, the order for Class 35 was 1, 3, 2. Now entering the ring, we have our selection for Division 1 champion. Out of Class 32, we have entry 109, PC Journey, shown by Tucker Parkinson. Out of Class 33, we have entry 110, LLKT Jazzy, shown by Nikki Keaton. Out of Class 34, we have entry 113, LFL Jezebel, shown by Colt Parkinson. And out of Class 35, entry 114, LLKT Juliana, shown by Cole Keaton. Once again, this is your Division 1 class, or Division 1 champion and reserve.
Well, this was a great division. There was probably more differences in size than I would have expected, which again is fine. You got to make certain that you develop your cattle correct and lean in their composition and just not get ahead of yourself. But you know, from a show ring standpoint, there's probably a few of these that could maybe just be a little further along. The first heifer up there, that's just an awesome heifer. She's I think in this group, probably the most impressive in terms of total body and total width, yet is still very balanced and is very correct in her feet and leg structure. I like how square she is. If you forecast her out in the long run, is she going to be giraffe-necked? No. But she's still got a cute front end to her. Is she the longest hip? No, but yet it matches the rest of her body. This second heifer then, that female there, probably just honestly my favorite in terms of her skeletal design of having that extra elegance and extension, but yet a really nice set of feet and legs and good feet and a good bend to their ankles. That female's really good there. You know, she's a little bit skinnier bellied and maybe could just be just a nickel further down the road if I had complaints. But in terms of quality, I don't have any in that category. Just a matter how you weigh up that mass and dimension difference. She's got good dimension, just really mass and weight per day of age. Colt, your heifer's big-ribbed, wide-ended cowie. She comes across a little looser in her skin and throat, maybe not quite as effective in the way she handles her spine from a minor standpoint. And then the last heifer, this female, super good looking for her age, being the oldest out here, maybe just a little on the green side. I just sure like to see that female a little wider base as you study her today. But in time, perhaps she gets there. Her skeleton is awesome. So, in terms of weighing it out, my favorite two cattle are in the front of the group. But so you either go with the absolute killer look or you go with one that's got quite a bit more to her just today. I don't think the one up front is ugly by any means. She balances, and so going with that extra extension at this moment seems to not be the correct course of action. I think the heifer today that needs to win is the one up front. So that'll be my champion right there. Congratulations. That was a single entry. We're going to follow with the second class and the other single entry for our reserve in this division. Congratulations.
And your Division I Limousin champion comes out of Class 32, Entry 109, PC Journey, shown by Tucker Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. Your Division I Reserve champion comes out of Class 33, Entry 110, LLKT Jazzy, shown by Nikki Keaton of Wolforth, Texas. Moving right along, we'll have Class 36, which is a single entry class. Is somebody coming in? Oh, it's Nikki Keaton's heifer. Here. While we wait for this class, I do want to make an announcement that public speaking times are now posted by the show office. They will also be emailed to you. If you signed up online, please double check your time. Due to the amount of entries for public speaking, team fitting will now start at 11 a.m. tomorrow morning. Once again, check your public speaking times for tomorrow, and team fitting will start at 11 a.m. tomorrow morning. Thank you. Now entering, we have Class 36. It's a single entry, Entry 119, LLKT JLO, shown by Nikki Keaton of Wolforth, Texas.
Well, here in our summer-born class, this heifer here is foxy and big-ribbed and the right size in terms of making a low-input cow. Maybe there'd be a few show heifers that are bigger than her along the way, but she's very correct and very, very good. Congratulations on a great heifer.
Your results for Class 36. First place goes to Entry 119, LLKT JLO, shown by Nikki Keaton of Wolforth, Texas. We have another single entry class, number 37. We have entry 120. This is a June 3rd female, RGMA Jessie, shown by Jalen Anderson of Garner, Iowa.
Well, a June heifer that I do think is good from a growth standpoint, weight standpoint, probably kind of in that window where she should be. This female is long-bodied, really long and correct from hooks to pins, and plenty adequate in her structure. She's maybe just a little bit more pronounced or less fresh there about her chest and the outline of her shoulder, but very minor. That's a very nice heifer, good complete female that'll make a good cow for you. Congratulations on a good project.
And results for Class 37. First place goes to Entry 120, RGMA Jessie, shown by Jalen Anderson of Garner, Iowa. Next in is Class 38. Class 38 has March 7th through March 22nd females. We have entry 122 RESH Scotch Cap, shown by Riley Smith of Macomb, Illinois. We have entry 123 SL Just a Fantasy, shown by Dawson Book of Logan, Iowa. We have entry 124 JCRW Just as Classy, shown by John Crawford of Big Pool, Maryland. And we have entry 145 TV Indomitus, shown by Truett Vermillion of Kincaid, Kansas. Once again, this is Class 38.
Well, this is just an absolutely exceptional class. All four of them are nice. The three are really strong, and these first two are really tight. Very tight for me because both of them have the same mold from the side. They are really, really good. When they first came in, this heifer that was at the front of the pack made just an immediate impression of just being dead on target in terms of her balance and in terms of her structure. To be truthful with you, and you learn this with your kids showing, being the first one in the ring that makes the strongest impression, or when you have a really good one, you want to get in the ring first because it's hard to overcome that mentally, from an evaluator standpoint. Then these other two come in like, man, these are good. And so you got to bear down and study and figure out truly, do you have the best one at the top? Hey, I think they're both really good. You can take your pick. I'm going to go with the heifer in front today because I just think she's so near flawless in terms of her balance and her structure. I think from the side, that heifer, just in terms of strength of spine, in terms of the fit of her tail head, the lay of her pin bone, and the depth of her rear rib and flank, just a fraction more in concert. And I just can't fault her in motion. When you get up close to the cattle, what makes this really intriguing, John, is that your heifer is a little bigger in terms of substance of foot and bone, and she's bigger pinned, and I like her extra width. And so that makes this really close for me. Down their tops, the heifer I have started today, I think is just a shot bolder, actually, even though she gives up pin width. And so my ultimate analysis is that's still the heifer that needs to stay up front. But I think, John, your heifer is exceptional because look how much she reaches. Look at how stout-ended she is, yet that cool to her front end. That's a close call and a fun pair of heifers to evaluate. I commend both of y'all. This heifer in third is no slouch. She is big-ribbed. She is sound in her kind, and she's high-tying in her neck. Is the top of her neck quite as fresh as those two? Maybe not, but it's not far off. Mainly, I thought this heifer needed to elevate her pin set. Her pin bone lays a little low in her, and she's maybe just a shot fleshier in her chest, and around that tail head area is the main areas I see her being just a touch off those top two. Young man, you got in the wrong class. This heifer ran up three really good ones, and she ends up fourth. But don't be ashamed of this one. This one's Cowie, and she's birdie, and she's thick-ended, and she's sound-made. She's going to make a good one for you in production, just not quite as fresh as those three heaters. So congratulations. Great job to you kids.
And the results for Class 38, first place goes to entry 122, RESH Scotch Cap, shown by Riley Smith of Macomb, Illinois. Entry 124, JCRW, Just as Classy, shown by John Crawford of Big Pool, Maryland. Number 3 is entry 123, SL, Just a Fantasy, shown by Dawson Book of Logan, Iowa. And fourth place goes to entry 145, TV Indomitus, shown by Truett Vermillion, Kincaid, Kansas. Now we will have our Division II Champion and Reserve selection. Coming out of Class 36, we have entry 119, LLKT J-Lo, shown by Nikki Keaton. Out of Class 37, we have entry 120, RGMA Jesse, shown by Jalen Anderson. And out of Class 38, we have entry 122, RESH Scotch Cap, shown by Riley Smith. Second place out of Class 38 is entry 124, JCRW, Just as Classy, shown by John Crawford, Big Pool, Maryland. Once again, this is your Division II selection.
Well, in this second division for this age, they are really good. Those first two are awfully nice. That first one up there is super foxy and fresh and good, and those are awfully nice. For me, that last class was so good, and those top two suit me so well, and we're going to keep those two together, guys. These would be your champion and reserve.
Your Division II Limousin champion comes out of Class 38. Entry 122 RESH Scotch Cap, shown by Riley Smith of Macomb, Illinois. And second place comes out of Class 38, Entry 124 JCRW, Just as Classy, shown by John Crawford, Big Pool, Maryland. Moving on to Class 39, we have a single entry class. Entry 126 of February 12th, female, BNTL Java, shown by Bentley London of Collinsville, Texas.
Well, Bentley, you got a really wide open, big rib, just a monster here in terms of just being really cowy all the way through. Good in her cow size and moderate. This female travels very, very well. Really nice replacement female here. Congratulations. Very impressed with her.
First place out of Class 39 is entry 126 BNTL Java, shown by Bentley London of Collinsville, Texas. We have another single entry class, 40. Entry 127, a January 5th female, AVAM Jelly Belly, shown by Ava Miller of Trainer, Iowa.
Well, a January heifer here again, much like the last heifer, big ribbed and sound and functional and practical. Going to be one that I think holds her production condition extremely easy and ought to just make a well of a cow. She's a little fat around her tail head. Maybe like to lean her up just a bit, but that's a really nice prospect in terms of what she's going to do in the long run.
And from Class 40, first place goes to entry 127, AVAM Jelly Belly, shown by Ava Miller of Trainer, Iowa. We have another single entry class, 41, entry 128, a December 15th female, MKJM Hazel, shown by Michaela Jo Massey, London, Kentucky.
Well, Michaela, your fall heifer here, or early winter heifer, is one that's real level in her lines, very square. I love the length of her hip. You look at where her hook bone lays, her pin bone lays. For being moderate in her score, that one's super long there, just super broody. She's a little thicker in the outline to her neck, but I think it matches the rest of her proportions. Very, very nice heifer. Congratulations on raising that one.
First place in Class 41, entry 128, MKJM Hazel, shown by Michaela Jo Massey of London, Kentucky. Another single class is our last class, 42. Entry 130, LDIL Hallie, shown by Ellie Deal of Marshfield, Missouri.
Well, this single entry here, one that, man, her foundation is so good. Got those big feet and the right bend to them. Love her skeleton. That's fundamental. That's where it all starts, and she's awfully good there. She's going to be a good factory. This one here is moderate. She looks bold in her center body. Again, maybe not just a giraffe neck on that one, but I think a cow neck and one that matches just the rest of her parts. So congratulations. That's a well of a female.
First place out of Class 42, entry 130, LDIL Halley, shown by Ellie Deal of Marshfield, Missouri. We will now have our Division III class winners come in so that we can pick a Division III champion and reserve champion. Out of Class 39, we have entry 126, BNTL Java, shown by Bentley, London. Out of Class 40, we have 127, AVAM Jelly Belly, shown by Ava Miller. Out of Class 41, we have entry 128, MKJM Hazel, shown by Michaela Massey. And entry Class 42, entry 130, LDIL Halley, shown by Ellie Deal. Once again, this is your Division III champion and reserve champion selection. Don't forget, after this selection, we will be picking our bred and owned Limousin female grand champion in third overall, and we will move right in to state groups. There will not be a picture break before we run into state groups. We will start with best pair of females.
Well, this was the division of single entries. As we get a real competition back in here, it's a good contest. There's 4 cows, and that's the way I described each of them. They're going to be tremendously practical in production. That first one is really nice. You know, as she comes back, she's so broody, yet still high in her neck and long in her muscle pattern, and very correct, I think, off her front end. Her tail head maybe at times sits a little high and out, and maybe gets a little under herself when she's moving. Then Ava's got old Jelly Belly there, and she's got maybe just a little more jelly around her chest and tail head. I'd like to lean her up just a fraction, but that's a really nice, smooth, cowy one. Maybe could limber her up just a bit, the flexibility of her hind leg as we get out here in this competition. And then Michaela, your heifer, a little bit more set to that hind leg, and we talked about her neck. It's long, just like her hip. I think that one's awfully good. She maybe comes across just a touch plainer in terms of her profile here in this group. And then, Ellie, your heifer, man alive, she's so big-legged, and she's got a big old calf in her. I hope that thing's not too big. It looks like she's just a whale when you get up close to her and study her, the size of her capacity and body right now. I love her angles. She does maybe at times get a little shorter in her step, but her angles read awesome, and her foundation is just so big. I like that one to be our champion. She's going to be pulled out and be selected for that. And then Bentley here in the front of the lineup is going to be my reserve champion. Let's give these exhibitors in this last group congratulations.
Your Division III Limousin champion comes out of Class 42, entry 130, LDIL Halley, shown by Ellie Dill of Marshfield, Missouri. Your Division III reserve champion comes out of Class 39, entry 126, BNTL Java, shown by Bentley London of Collinsville, Texas. We will now have our grand champion bred and owned Limousin female selection. Coming out of Division I, we have entry 109, PC Journey, shown by Tucker Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. From Division II, we have entry 122, RESH Scotch Cap, shown by Riley Smith of Macomb, Illinois. From Division III, we have entry 130, LDIL Halley, shown by Ellie Deal of Marshfield, Missouri. Our reserve champions in each division. Division I, we have entry 110, LLKT Jazzy, shown by Nikki Keaton of Wolforth, Texas. From Division 2, we have entry 124, JCRW, Just as Classy, shown by John Crawford of Big Pool, Maryland. And from Division 3, we have entry 126, BNTL Java, shown by Bentley London of Collinsville, Texas. Once again, this is your Grand Champion Drive for Limousin females. We will pick Grand, Reserve, and Third overall.
Well, I'll make this real short because I'm sure I got other activities I got to move on to, and I need to move on down the road. My wife's birthday is today, so I don't want to miss dinner. I'll be in the doghouse. My strongest compliments to y'all on exhibiting bred and owned cattle. It takes a great initiative to decide that you're going to focus on putting a genetic base together and take great pride in generating quality stock so that you can bring them to a competition like this at a national level and go against anybody with stuff that you've bred. It's an impressive feat, and from a judge's perspective today, man, y'all have done a well of a job. The correctness of skeleton all the way throughout every single show, and just the correctness of kind of cattle with performance and power, but still quality was really, really impressive. My strongest compliment to you youth in this breed. So for our champion today, I've already talked pretty high about the one that I like and the one that I thought matched that one very tightly in class. Let's give these two guys out of that middle division, Riley and John, a big round of applause on an exceptional pair of heifers. Those two heifers I thought nearly looked like clones of one another. That Riley there said they were out of the same sire. But man, they were really, really good. So that little heifer that we've got up front, awfully good. You know, she's not going to be the biggest or most extended, but she's awfully good and square. This heifer that the young lady has out of that last division, man, she is so big and stout and burly. For me, she's the one that needs to follow next. Young lady out of that last division will have our third overall. Let's congratulate her and all of our exhibitors here in this purebred division.
And your grand champion, bred and owned Limousin female, comes out of Division 2, entry 122, RESH Scotch Cap, owned by Riley Smith of Macomb, Illinois. Reserve grand champion, bred and owned Limousin female, comes out of the same division, entry 124, JCRW, Just as Classy, shown by John Crawford of Big Pool, Maryland. Third overall, bred and owned Limousin female, comes out of Division 3, entry 130, LDIL Halley, shown by Ellie Deal of Marshfield, Missouri. Now we will have our best pair of females. Remember, your best pair is the best pair of two females exhibited by one owner. After our best pair, we will have our state group. When it comes to the state group, these consist of 3 females owned by 3 different exhibitors. First, we will have our best pair of females. We do have more watermelon. If anybody wants a second or third piece or didn't get a first one, please go to the wagon and get more watermelon. State advisors, don't forget to turn in your Dick O'Brien Herdsman Award nominations. and public speaking times are posted by the show office and emailed to you. So I believe we have 3 entries for this best pair. The first that entered, Taylor Elmore from Oklahoma, Delayla Lauber from Ohio, and Tucker Parkinson from Texas. Dr. Rothman will be making his selection for best pair of females.
Well, usually getting this pair deal, and you've already judged them, so it's kind of obvious. But in this case, it's a pretty close contest. All 3 of you exhibitors should be proud of what you got out here. The middle group's very nice, but I thought I'd come down to the 2 sets on the ends. The ones that we have on my far right over here, that little heifer calf that won the division in the Limousin, and then the big cow that doesn't have her calf on her side right now that stood out of the prize-winning hole in a tough cow-calf division are awfully good. And then this pair here, really good. I just absolutely love, Taylor, that heifer that was reserve heifer calf that was acting up during the grand drive. And so they're a little different. These are a little more like feminine, refined. Those are a little stouter. I love this heifer over here so much. My heart's drawn to them. We're going to go this direction and use them for our best pair, okay?
And the best pair of females goes to Taylor Elmore from Oklahoma. Next, we will make our selection for the best state group of females. Remember, this is 3 females shown by 3 different exhibitors of your state. Don't forget the sale of sales this evening. Social hour will be at 6 p.m. Sale at 7. This is located at the Commercial Exhibits Hall. I know we're waiting on another state or two to come in, but as of right now, we have Oklahoma, Maryland, Texas, Missouri, and I believe we're waiting on Tennessee. All right, Tennessee, we're waiting on you. Come in the first gate, please. Tennessee, come on in that first gate. All right, we're ready now. We have our state group of female selections. We got Tennessee, Oklahoma, Maryland, Texas, and Missouri. 3 state group of females. We're picking a first and second.
Well, this again was a really good little competition. It's not straightforward, in my opinion. A lot of these cattle we hadn't seen yet, and all of y'all doing a great job as a group pulling 3 head together. They're really good. I like the Oklahoma group to be our champion today. Let's congratulate them. For me, it got a lot closer here as we think about which one is second. The Tennessee group down there is awfully good. This Maryland group's awfully good. I love that heifer that John just showed. And these other 2 are no slouches. And then the Texas group, there's a couple of just stout hussies in there. And then that Missouri group down there is awfully, awfully good. That's female closest to me over there, exceptional. The one in the middle is awfully good. So that's a close contest. Honestly, it's a coin flip. I could see that deal amongst these groups going any direction you want to go. I'm going to go with the Missouri clan down there for my reserve.